Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ilyas Suleiman, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you here today to The Great Challenge. The Great Challenge is a lot more than just a pitch competition. Actually, it's about showing the great investment opportunities across the entirety of the United Kingdom, while also showing and highlighting the wonderful things actually happening in the Belgian ecosystem. Throughout the course of the day, you're going to hear from a number of great speakers, see a number of great, exciting companies, and also on the second channel that we actually have, hear from some of our regional partners who will be able to tell you about the wonderful opportunities for technology companies, not just in London, but the wider United Kingdom as well. So Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales, the North, the Midlands and London as well. Without further ado, though, it's my great pleasure to introduce the first of our wonderful speakers here this morning, the British Ambassador to Belgium, Mr. Martin Shearman. Good morning, Martin.
Great morning, Ilyas. Thank you very much. So welcome, everybody. It's great to be here with you today. And it's a real pleasure to welcome you to the Great Challenge, our flagship technology event. So what we're trying to do with this event is to draw attention to the opportunities for Belgian companies in the UK, but also to create synergies between the UK and Belgium. So above all, this event is about building bridges. We want to connect ecosystems, spark collaboration, create opportunities, and make trade and investment flow across the channel in both directions. So I just wanted to reflect very briefly on the title, Great Challenges, or the Great Challenge. So this doesn't just refer to the competition today, the pitching competition, the challenge the startups and scale-ups are entering into today, but it also refers to sort of four great or grand challenges identified in the UK's industrial strategy. So the first of these is the use of artificial intelligence and data. The second is rising to the challenge of changing demographics of an aging society. The third is clean growth and decarbonisation of the economy. And then the fourth is the future of mobility. So these are big challenges. They're familiar on both sides of the channel, of course. These, we think, are grand societal challenges that can only be tackled through innovation and collaboration between the public sector, the private sector, academic partners and so on. So in that context, this event today is also an invitation to Belgium's innovative startups and scale-ups to work together, to work with us to tackle these great challenges. Now, we believe, of course, very firmly that the UK, as a technological and entrepreneurial powerhouse, has great assets in hand to tackle these challenges. We're very proud to be near the top of the Global Innovation Index, fourth in 2021. We, of course, aspire to get even higher. And also, we're proud to be among the best countries in the world to do business in and to have some of the very leading science and research institutions globally. So we think the UK is an ideal environment for innovative business to thrive. If you would like to know more about setting up or scaling up your business in the UK, I'd really invite you to contact my investment team in the embassy, Ilyas Suleiman, Aisha Heinrichs, and Simon Nicholson. So I'm going to draw my sort of short introduction to a close here. But in closing, I'd just like to wish everybody a day full of really interesting and productive network opportunities. And to all of the companies participating in the pitching competition, I'd like to wish you the very best of luck. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Martin. And just before we continue, we also can bring in our second speaker who would like to say a quick word. That's Mr. Chris Barton, the European Trade Commissioner. So over to you, Mark.
Well, good morning and a very warm welcome to our Great Challenge event today. My name is Chris Barton. I'm Her Majesty's Trade Commissioner to Europe, and it's my great job to be encouraging trade and investments between the UK and other European countries, including, of course, Belgium. Now, I want to emphasise three things as I kick off today's event. And the first is the UK's deep commitment to trade and investment with Belgium. As you'll know, the UK is a strong proponent of trade and investment. We believe very strongly that it drives economic growth, it creates jobs, and it improves living standards. But it's particularly important to be doing trade and investment with a country that is so like-minded and valued as Belgium. As you know, we have a long and deep history of cultural and personal and economic and political connections, which we very much value. Of course, the nature of those relations has changed a bit since that we're now no longer a member of the European Union, but the depth and strength of our commitment to Belgium is as strong as ever. And the tragic events that are currently unfolding in Ukraine just underline how important it is that like-minded, open, liberal democracies such as the UK and Belgium stay very closely aligned. So I want to absolutely underline today the strong commitment that the UK has for our deep trade and investment and much wider relationship with Belgium. The second key thing I'd like to underline today is the huge opportunities that we see in the technology sector, which is a particular focus of today's event. I know from visiting Belgium in the autumn last year and my current role, quite how strong and deep and vibrant is the digital and technology sector and ecosystem in Belgium, and that is hugely welcome. In the UK, similarly, we see technology in every area of our economy and lives, delivering benefits for consumers, for citizens, for patients, for customers. Now, we want to work really closely with Belgium on that. We believe the UK is a really attractive place to invest if you're in the technology or other sectors. We're a large economy, fifth largest in the world. We have well over 67 million people in the country, an open economy, stable rule of law, very attractive skills across the economy, and many, many opportunities to grow. In particular, we've got a very strong financial sector, including a vibrant venture capital sector to support technology startups. Indeed, the UK was number one in Europe in 2020 in terms of the financial opportunities it brings. So we very much welcome the partnership between UK and Belgium in technology and look forward today to hearing more about how we can expand it. And then the third element that I wanted to emphasise today is the UK's strong commitment to what we call our levelling up agenda. That's about ensuring that the benefits of growth and of business, or as the way we've put it recently, the joy and jobs that businesses bring, are shared throughout the whole of the UK. Yes, in London and the South East, but also in Northern Ireland, in Scotland and Wales, in the Northern Powerhouse and the Midlands Engine, throughout the whole country and economy. We want to see the benefits of trade and investment shared. And so if you're a Belgian technology company and you're thinking, well, where should I invest in the UK? The answer is anywhere. Every part of the UK has particular benefits and opportunities. And I'm really pleased that during the event today, we're going to be hearing from different nations and regions of the UK about the opportunities that they bring and offer for technology and other sectors. So those are three headline messages I wanted to emphasise as we start off today, about the UK's deep and strong commitment to trade and investment and the wider partnership with Belgium, to our exciting opportunities and the growth potential within the technology sector. And then thirdly, about our levelling up agenda, the opportunities there are throughout the UK for valuable business and technology development. So thank you for coming today. Good luck if you're a competitor. I hope you really enjoy it. And also please do take time to build connections, which is what about an event like today is all about. Thank you.
Thank you for those wonderful words, Mr. Barton. So before we start with the introductions of all of the companies and really start getting things on the go, it's a wonderful opportunity to bring on stage our wonderful judges that we have today, starting with the first one, Catherine. So good morning, Catherine.
Good morning, Elias, and good morning, everyone.
Would you like to just take a moment to introduce yourself, who you are, what it is that you do, and perhaps give a little bit of insight into what it is that you're looking for today?
Mhm. Okay, first of all, thanks for having me today in your jury. So I'm very excited to listen to this very interesting group of companies, although it might be quite a challenge as it's quite a diverse group, both in terms of solution types and life cycle stage. So I'm representing Agoria, as you can see here on the top of my screen. It is the industry federation of the manufacturing and technology sector, representing 2,000 companies of all sizes, from startups until corporates, and 310,000 employees. And it's also the sector with the highest economic growth in Belgium. So besides defending the interests of the sector, we offer a wide range of services to our members, from advice to business development possibilities. And personally, I'm in charge of support actions to scale-ups. Those are not limited to our members only, as we work out programs for Flemish digital growth companies with the support of Flemish government. So they are open to any startup or scale up as long as they have a digital business model. And we also start developing actions in the region of Brussels to support internationalizations of startups. So prior to that, I had quite a broad experience working for technology companies, from startups to corporates and even nonprofits. So today I will mainly look at the impact of the solution of the pitchers. So how will their solution change the life of their users? I will also look at their scaling potential and why and how they want to expand to the UK. So that's it for me.
Brilliant, thank you so much. And the second judge I'm going to bring up onto the screen is Mr. Nigel Jones. So good morning, Nigel. Are you there?
I am indeed. How are you? Good to see you again, my friend.
Lovely to see you again. And I think the exact same goes out to you. Good morning. Would you like to give a small introduction as to who you are and what it is that you're actually looking for today?
Absolutely, thank you. Yes. So, yeah, my name's Nigel Jones, and I work for the Department for International Trade as a technology sector specialist. I've been doing that for over 5 years or so now. That means helping businesses from all over the world, from a whole range of tech sectors, with their plans, their journeys to be successful over here in the UK. That goes from entrepreneurial startups, scale-ups, to through some of the largest businesses we see across the world. In terms of the session today, keen to listen and learn from the businesses themselves, keen to see what their plans are, keen to understand a bit about the technology, of course, but more about the people that are behind them, what their ambitions are, and how we can help in that journey. So yeah, I think it's very exciting, and thank you for inviting me along.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for actually being here today. We do have one more jury member who is currently having technical issues. It wouldn't be an online pitching competition without the occasional tech hiccup. So before we actually kick off with the first company of today, we have got a short little video in preparation. And not to worry for any of the companies, the last jury member is actually watching at the moment, and we'll bring him in as soon as he manages to overcome his technical issues. So in the meantime, there is one short video for you.
London City, hello.
More women taking over the world.
Excellent. So now the moment that I'm sure you've all been waiting for. It's our first company pitching for today, and I'll have the great pleasure to introduce Thomas. Good morning, Thomas.
Hi, good morning.
So
Can I share my screen just like this, or do I first introduce myself?
There you go. So if you wanted to slowly introduce yourself, I'll get the clock ready. You've got the questions and answers following your pitch. And best of luck.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Thomas Rijpers. I'm head of product at MyPitch. I'm going to dive straight in, if that's okay, to indeed follow the clock a bit. So we're MyPitch, and MyPitch mission is to engage, motivate, and empower the amateur football community. Now, looking at United Kingdom and how many football players you have, obviously you'll understand why we subscribed. Now, I still play myself every week in the lowest leagues in Belgium, and what I see there is that we're actually not able to connect our own football game to the trends that we see arising, also for younger players as well. For example, the self-tracking that we see going on with Strava, the gaming culture and their missions and challenges that the people are doing online, and even the collection of, for example, a Pokemon Go. Like all of these trends that we see happening, we don't see them happening in soccer simply because the infrastructure isn't there yet. Now, worldwide, we have 250 million players. And in Belgium alone, we have 500,000. In England, we have around 2.5 million from what I've looked up. So there is a very big market of amateur football players who's really waiting to see their game move to the next level. Now, they all have the same problem. For example, local football players can't show their game impact. They just play their game, and that's about it. A coach actually needs more support to win his games, have more insights, and the club doesn't know how to handle data, mainly because of the unprofessionalism that they have, because of the fact that all of them are volunteers. And with MyPitch, we are now building the first self-tracking football community, helping players to discover their potential with game stats. How do we do that? By setting a fully automated 180-degree camera next to the field. And our machine and deep learning model is actually able to track all of the players and the events that they do on the pitch, which are then transported into a personalized app and also a coaching app that we have to actually give and provide insights to these players. The MyPitch app itself has personal stats. You can measure your progression throughout the season. You can connect with your friends and teammates, and you can also get recognized for the impact that you make on a field. Now, obviously, it's not only about yourself. You can also compare your stats with other local players. For example, you can compare yourself to your teammates, to your friends that you follow, but also to players from the same level you're playing. Now, to add on top of that and to connect myself to the trends I was discussing, players will also be able to actually gain experience points that as they would do when they're online gaming. They can measure their game impact by unlocking challenges, and they can also get recognized like all of us are doing on LinkedIn today. For example, on being a good marketeer, etc. You will be able to do that on leadership, motivation, etc. We're now in the stage where we're doing our pilot project, where we now have 6 cameras up in these 6 clubs in Belgium, very local clubs, where we're optimizing and finalizing, and we're now heading into our sales, where we've now done our first sales with our teams. The camera itself is free for clubs, but it's actually the players who will carry the model. Let's say they go into a monthly subscription because they're also the ones getting the added value, unburdening the clubs who are already financially unstable. It's our goal to actually give back to the community in the near future. The more players a club can actually get onto the platform, the more we're actually able to give back to them from our revenue, also enforcing and strengthening the amateur clubs as well. Who are we doing this with? This is the MyPitch lineup up until today. So we have all of us are actually playing already 20, 30 years into this field, and all of us have very different backgrounds, going from marketing to technical to strategy, but also into sales. And then finally, to wrap it up, why we feel MyPitch will disrupt the football market. We're creating a service and not just another camera next to a field. There's a clear need in the market, which we validated, and the data set and profiling that we will be able to provide to also third parties is going to be unique in the world. And the business model actually leverages new income for struggling clubs, which will indeed strengthen their market. And that's in very, very, very short what MyPitch is all about.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. And just bringing in both Catherine and Nigel for any questions and answers.
Do you want to go first, Catherine?
No, please go.
Thank you. Thank you for that as well, Thomas. It is difficult to sort of cram it into a very short period of time. So thank you for doing that as well. One of the things I do for DIT, I lead our sports tech work, so I'm quite familiar with the space here as well. So I'd be happy to have a chat with you outside of the few minutes that you get as well, if that's appropriate. But I'd be keen to sort of ask in terms of sort of what your thoughts are in terms of how competitive this space is. Because I know there's quite a lot at the minute in terms of sort of measuring performance. There's different layers to that. There's the very much in the UK terms, I suppose, the Premier League level with some of the bigger clubs are doing this, but I'm conscious you were looking at the grassroots level as well. I just wondered in terms of how busy a marketplace you perceived it to be and how you're looking to potentially differentiate yourself in that marketplace.
Well, it's actually, we've actually made sure that our strategy is very much focused on the grassroots and not at all on the performance clubs. What we validated with in Belgium alone, around 200 football players, is the fact that not all of them want to become the next Messi, and not all of them want to know what their acceleration and deceleration of their sprint is, but they're really just curious about what am I doing on this pitch and how do I relate to my friends and my teammates, and they also want to see the fun part of it. So our focus is very much going to be on the community part as well, where we want to connect these players. Obviously by giving them insights, but on insights that are very relevant to them as a player, and not per se a pro player. And in that field, I think we're going to be very unique, as all of the other players that have cameras or tracking devices are very much on that performance side of things.
And do you anticipate there potentially being I suppose you'd call it a scouting for talent perspective to this as well, that if your system does identify the next Messi or whatever it might well be, there's a way to start to prove, I suppose, that with stats, and they can maybe sell themselves to different maybe opportunities to maybe go up the tiers?
That could potentially be one of the outcomes. It's not what we are anticipating today. What we do have is we've talked to numerous professional clubs in Belgium at this point. And they would be interested in looking at the younger players, because this system will work as of the age of 13 years old, because then players start to play on the big field, let's say. And what they don't do is they actually don't scout for players at the age of 13. They mainly go from 6 to 8 up until 10 maybe, and then let's say the potential is almost gone. But you also in the Belgian national team, you see players like Dries Mertens, and they've all been discovered at the age of 17, 18 years old. So it's still relevant to find these diamonds, and if our platform is able to also define some of these youngsters who have been missed out, let's say on the younger age, that might still be a potential way to go. Yeah.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks a lot, Thomas, for this very clear pitch. So I was curious about your go-to-market model and intentions, as it will be apparently the clubs who will pay and who will even earn money, if I understood your business model well. So will you, in the first stage, target the players or the clubs, and then later on you also need to target the beneficiaries of the data?
Yeah, so our goal is actually to, or we have two models. It's something else that we've also learned by validating. So we have one B2C model where a club is actually free to say, hey, we don't have the cash to actually have a camera like this with that solution. So then we put the camera down with no cost whatsoever, and then the players are actually the ones carrying the model for that club, and then we need around 30 players in one club to maintain the camera and the costs. What we've also seen in the market is that other clubs are saying, hey, we don't want to have our players paying this, we just want to pay that for them, which is also possible. And then we have a model where no player is paying, and actually the club is paying a monthly fee, which is in relation. And what we give on top of that, if the club decides to pay, is that also there's a solution where a coach can also participate in the insights, and you can also see the recordings of the video game. So there's two ways of actually going towards market at this point.
And which marketing channels do you intend to use?
So what we actually have this system of business development where we go one by one. We obviously also have the inbound marketing and the direct marketing, which is something that we're already doing at this point. But what we also see very much happening already is let's say the fear of missing out with players. Once we see that 4 to 5 people are wanting to go on board, it's quite easy to also convert the other players in a team. What we've struggled with before, or what we, let's say, have underestimated, is the effect of a coach. where we initially went very hard on the players. We now really also have that solution for a coach, because he's one of the key decision makers in those clubs to actually get that camera installed.
Can I ask one more quick question if there is time? What sort of help, assistance or guidance would you welcome from, I suppose in this context, the Department for International Trade?
Yeah, well, I think Belgium for us is a country where it's easy to start. We have very small distances between clubs, so it's easy for us to service and to go around. But if you look at the bigger scheme of things, then a country where that does breed football even more than Belgium, then obviously that's for example England. So for us, it's a very interesting market because of the passion that's out there, and also the amateur structure that is out there is a lot more professional. So at a certain point, we are now still optimizing the model as we go, but a step across the sea for us would and being connected to the right people on that end would mean a huge deal.
Okay, thank you.
Brilliant, thank you so much. So many interesting questions in there. Brilliant pitch in there as well. Please do excuse the pun. You know what? That's really looking great. And so thank you very much for that. And absolutely a round of applause. So the next company that we actually have is FSC. Good morning, FSC. I have both Thomas and Leita here. I'm terribly sorry.
Hello. Hi, Elias.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So Hubert, I'm terribly sorry about that. So whenever you're ready, I'll get the clock ready and
yeah, no, I'm all fine. I'm all fine. Let's start then. Thank you everyone for having us. I'm Hubert Poncelet. I'm married, happy father of 3 kids. I'm heading the M&A and corporate development of FSC that is headquartered in Brussels. I'm very glad introducing you at FSC and our CEO and co-founder Cédric Pierrard since 2005. Can't do it because he had to face an unexpected event, but I'll do my best to present FSC in the most efficient way. So basically, as you all know, we can't escape from it. Data is everywhere. Whether you're tracking leads, organizing tasks, managing sales, or structuring projects, data is absolutely everywhere. So we definitely need to rely on it so that people can access it the most efficiently. Crucial points are really to qualify the data, to centralize it on a very collaborative way and integrated way, as to optimize the data from wherever it comes. So that is what the customer relationship management tool do, to manage every kind of interaction, both internal and external. So we realize that nowadays CRM has become the cornerstones in companies' digitalization, as to allow them to automate and to optimize their activities. So in such ecosystem, FSC makes a difference in 2 ways. First, it's very customizable software, because every industry has its own client culture, and all software strive to match our customer expectation with their clients' needs in their potential and actual interaction. Secondly, that's very upgradable tool. As technology evolves very quickly, it allows customer to benefit from the latest technology through new release of the product. FSC is becoming a huge European player with 13,000 clients all across Europe, from big bank institution to law firms, startups, NGOs. We benefit from very low churn rates. That's very favorable to us, with more than 80% of recurring revenues. And why all clients choose FSC instead of big US fishes? First of all, because we are a strong European player. That makes a big impact in terms of data protection, of course, data sovereignty, and of course we have a huge European ambitions. Secondly, we are an extended CRM, meaning that besides the CRM tool that we have, we also integrated a marketing automation tool that makes FSC very different from the others. And thirdly, we have our own integration teams to get as close as possible to our clients and to understand their needs, instead of having third parties, a consultancy firm implementing all projects. So in a nutshell, FEC is strongly competing in 5 billion USD markets that is led by 4 US players, representing 45% of the market share of the industry. So we are competing in very strong and challenging markets, but we are growing very fast with about more than 500 people all across Europe. We have offices in 15 countries, turnover 65 million, and we have clients in 55 countries. So our ambition is really to consolidate the European markets. How shall we do that? As through organic growth by constantly improving our technology, but secondly also on inorganic growth by acquiring local CRM champions all across Europe and to make it a European champion. And this inorganic growth strategy represents about 2/3 of our ambition. So FEC is not only a very strong product, but it has also an amazing entrepreneurship culture with a lot of ownership from the employee. And for instance, you can see that a bit less than 10% of the shareholding is held by our own employees. So wherever we are, winning this prize or taking part to this pitch would be a very strong recognition for all the commitment from all the teams. And secondly, it's as you can see, it's very strong competing environment, and giving us a bit more visibility and brand awareness would definitely help us to gain some market share as a European player. So that's it. As personal comments, I'm very keen participating on this journey, very challenging, very ambitional journey at FEC, and hopefully we'll see FEC more and more in the coming years. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. And so bringing in the 3 judges now. Good morning, all. Who would like to kick us off with any questions?
Hi, everyone.
Morning. I'll perhaps start. Thank you for that again. I'm conscious again, I'll say to everybody, it's difficult to squish it all into a few minutes there. So thank you for that and those efforts. I'm just keen to understand a bit more. I know you spoke about the fact that there are some enormous players in this space, and you spoke about how you're differentiating yourself. I just wonder, now you've got a few more minutes to maybe go into the detail of that. I'd like to understand that in a bit more depth and then around how you are differentiating yourself there, please.
Definitely. So the fact that we are European is for all clients. It makes a lot of difference in terms of data protection, of course, because they are more confident in the release of the version that we're having and in protecting the data. But I'm totally convinced of the fact that since we have our own internal integration team, we are as close as possible to our clients. It means that for each project that we're implementing, we gain knowledge, and that knowledge we can implement it for other clients and for our internal projects. In terms of products now, so we are a very strong and extended CRM. So wherever the information comes, we can gather it, put in task agenda, managing leads, managing projects, leading recruitment. We can do a lot of things. But at the same time, we, through an acquisition that we recently made, we integrated also a marketing automation tool. So it means that we can follow up along the line, alongside the line from marketing to client prospection. We can do a lot of things. That's project management, document management. It's very comprehensive. So I think that's the main differentiator that we have.
Can I ask a quick question? I don't take up too much time on this again, but I just wondered in terms of cybersecurity, which maybe now more than ever is maybe sort of front of mind for people as well, just in terms of how robust the system is there and what your, I guess, sort of if a potential customer asks the question, how you would respond to that in terms of that being a threat and how you would look to negate that threat for them.
No, definitely that's a very, very straightforward question and very important for us. So we have our internal CISO internally. So the fact that we're integrating a lot of competencies in terms of product development, it means also that we have our own internal competencies for all the data security. So we're trying, of course, to manage and to respond as quick as possible. We have SLA, very strong SLA, and we have all the people internally to manage it. So within our organization, we strive really to be as quick as possible. But of course, in difficult times, we hopefully we won't be hit by such a problem, but we can face it because we have a strong culture of security within all ops.
Thank you.
Maybe a question for me. So good morning, first of all, and thanks, Hubert, for the pitch. I'd also like to go a little bit deeper on the competitive aspect. And when you mentioned marketing automation, I think the first competitor that came to mind was HubSpot. I'm not saying that that's the only one, but just the one that immediately came to mind. And so I was wondering, besides the fact that you're European and some of the considerations about data security, data privacy, how else would you say that the product differentiates itself? If I'm looking to buy new CRM and I'm looking, obvious the security elements, but also at the product and how my users will interact with it. How does yours distinguish itself from HubSpot and others in that realm?
Well, HubSpot is really marketing platform. If we compare, and if we have to name the big fishes, HubSpot would be a marketing platform that we have also internally, and Salesforce would be the CRM. And the combination of both that we have, we can provide it internally. So that's the very strong differentiator from all sides. And so we're developing it through organic growth. Of course, we're developing our own products, but also through the inorganic growth, as I was mentioning. So we recently acquired this automation marketing tool, and now it's fully integrated into all environments. So we have the chance to have both, and you're talking about consideration of a European. I think that's very key. Data protection, that's crucial, and security, that's very fundamental. So trying to gather all those aspects together, I think I don't know if it's we don't win every time, but when we competing with the big players, I mean, we definitely at the same level by combining all those elements. And co-creation is really in our DNA, and as we're working with our clients together, we really on the pitch, we're listening to the markets, and we can implement all the knowledge in our tool. And that, I think, being as close as possible to the client needs makes a difference.
Okay, maybe one other question would be, it's obviously a very congested market. Every business needs a CRM, but there are also a lot of different alternatives out there available. So how do you cut through the noise to really get to put it in front of potential customers? What are you doing differently in terms of your go-to-market that positions you differently from everyone else?
So that's very complicated. Of course, we need to gain more visibility, more brand awareness. Of course, that's part of the job. So we're trying to be as much present as possible. How do we proceed? But we have a started program. We are on the shelf program, but we also have very deep CRM, for instance, with big. Belgian bank. So we can manage both. And by entering to clients, we have a lot of good referrals. I think by spreading the words, it helps us a lot because everyone knows as starter. I did it myself as an entrepreneur before to work with on the shelf products. But when you realize that there are local players who can provide exactly the same with the same intimacy as you are, it makes a difference. So by spreading the words, by investing a lot of time in presenting our products, but of course it's complicated. But now we already reach to have office in 15 countries, so we have very European presence, and we have a lot of ambassadors. That's the mindset also that we have. When I was talking about commitments, everyone in the house is very committed to represent the company, as I do myself, because we definitely believe in the product that we're having, and we want to spread the words. So that's our commitment or personal mission for the products.
Excellent. So I think there's time for just one last question, if there is anything. Catherine, I know that you've been rather quiet in this. Have you got anything to add in? Just calling you out.
Well, again, as it's a very crowded landscape, as we already said, all questions turn around the competition. And I also had the same kind of questions in mind. And I also wanted to hear what you have learned from newcomers, because you have been in the market for quite a long time. So you're, not a real startup anymore. So what have you learned?
What we've learned. So now we're created in 2005, but the products, the DNA remains exactly the same. But now we have the ambition, and now we make it concrete. So the competition is a fact, but we have a strong ambition. So we don't. We want to face it, and we know gaining more and more footprint in the environment. So it's not a small startups. We have amazing clients all across Europe. So what we learn is just we need to face the competition. So that's really what we need. We need to adapt to hear from our clients and to make it internally and externally, and to make it visible. So we try to work on the products and not to be afraid of the competition, because we know that we can gain footprints, and we're gaining a lot of footprints in the European market. So we have a very very important coin to place there. So we're not scared at all, and we all bear this strong ambition to be named, as we recently had Le Louvre, Belfius, a lot of very important clients who are our own ambassadors. So they believe in us, and that's the most important recognition that we have. So we need to work on the products, to learn from the clients, and not being afraid of the competition. So that's maybe the lesson learned that all entrepreneurs should have. And we're trying to gather all this inspiration all together. And of course, we need to pivot, we need to adapt, we need to understand the markets, we need to see where are the verticals where we are better, and also with the referrals that we're having, we need to develop it to improve our business. So constantly improving the products and not being afraid of the competition.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Again, so 2 companies in 2 fantastic presentations, really setting the bar very, very high. And then with that, just moving the judges out. So then I have the great pleasure of introducing the next company, Josephine. Josephine, good morning. How are you? Josephine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Brilliant. So I've brought you up on the stage. Glad to have you with us and sitting very patiently in the lobby. I've seen your questions coming through.
No problem.
To have you here. So what I'll do is whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock, and then the floor is yours.
Okay, so, very good. Okay, perfect. Good morning, all. I'm so happy and proud CEO of Neanex to be presenting our story today. Neanex is a construction technology startup based in Antwerp, and we truly believe that data-driven asset insights today will enable a more sustainable built environment of tomorrow. And I heard already, if you look at European sustainability goals, but also in that we have that I see the link directly. And I always start my presentation with these guys and girls because they are doing it every day. Our team of around between 15 and 20 people today, information management and digital twin experts that really help to tackle that challenge, because we are working in an industry, construction and real estate, that is quite low on digital maturity, let's say. So yeah, we're quite, let's say, throwing the industry around a little bit more. And the problem that we have seen in the market for many years is that actually technology, data, and people are not connected. And especially with the digitalization moving up more and more, yeah, there's a huge amount of data that is elaborating on different phases throughout the complete asset life cycle of buildings, bridges, tunnels, and these kind of projects. And they are quite locked up. So companies are in need of sharing information, but it's quite difficult because the software, they have different formats. People are looking into different types of information and software formats. So it's completely scattered landscape and not connected. Yeah, and then we see this kind of dramas happening. This is the bridge in Italy that collapsed. This painful incident that we all know in London, and how can we change that? So our target market is truly the ICO industry, so all stakeholders in architecture, engineering, construction, and owner-operated industries, but with a specific focus on the owner-operator, because they, of course, have the added value and the, let's say, the responsibility to provide those critical assets in let's say, a safe and available way. And if we see how this market or the potential around building information management will be growing in the next coming years, we see a lot of potential of what we are doing. And to make it a little bit more focused on what do we mean by asset owners, it's the organizations, as well the public or the private ones, that design, build, and maintain these assets like bridges, tunnels, power plants, water and energy provision, and infrastructure. And if we look at our tech traction already today, we see that we are working for large grid operators, water companies, the largest infrastructure works going on the European continent around Antwerp today. And we're helping these organizations move into that more data-driven way of working. And for that, we developed a SaaS platform, our digital twin register, where we combine information from different sources throughout the complete asset lifecycle. So going from concept to design, construction, execution, delivery, and operation, and even back and close the cycle, because we're getting also into decomposition or recycling of those assets, to make sure that at any time you know your asset inside out. So how are we unique? Because there's a lot of ConTech and PropTech popping up and digital twin technologies. We are the most unique in the way that we can turn that principle of garbage in, garbage out in a different way. We can put garbage in being the different formats of the data that are emerging in the industry, but really providing information from that. So the engine is the most important one. And on the other hand, we make sure that our companies have no vendor lock-in, because we use international standards to build up that information. So what we do is we enable data-driven asset insight throughout the complete asset lifecycle for those different tools, teams, and stakeholders, with a complete focus on the asset lifecycle on a horizontal way. And if you would look into the position that we are taking with Neonex today, we have a clear product market fit, and we are getting ready to scale. And that's also for being here today, as we are looking into how we can grow our team, scale up the product outside the home market that is Benelux today. And of course, for that, we are looking towards markets like UK for many reasons, because we are looking into markets that are quite mature on level of BIM information management, and have that true sustainability goals, where they see that data will be the enabler or accelerator. And that was it.
Excellent, brilliant. Thank you so much for that. That was again, time for the judges. 3 companies in. So I'll leave it up to you. Who would like to kick us off with the questions?
Oh, yes, thanks a lot, Josephine, for this very compelling pitch. So you ended your note with your international expansion intentions. So could you be a bit more clear about your strategies there, your priorities? How will you start it? How will you approach this?
Yeah, so if I would elaborate on that, I said, okay, for us, we look at markets that are mature on level of information management, so being UK and let's say the Nordics. And why is that? Because you see on that level that, for example, public authorities are really pushing the responsibilities towards owners to really provide a more digital way of building that built environment. So that is one reason. The strategy, how we would do that, we have some international clients already today. First step would be to take with that international clients projects in those markets as reference projects and then move into the market, because we are really kind of pragmatic in that way, because we want to learn from the home market. We see now that our advantage is that we're really close in being close with our customers, tackling the challenges and developing use cases that really bring added value throughout that complete asset life cycle. And on the other hand, there's a direct channel. And on the other hand, of course, let's say architect and engineering firms, they will not be our first customer, but they are the accelerator, let's say the ambassadors for our technology. So that is the indirect channel for these engineering firms that have a more international, let's say, portfolio. Companies like WSP, we are talking to like Arcadis that have an international expansion. So they would be our partner in crime, let's say.
Can I ask a quick question about the people involved in this as well, and just the team? So along with yourself, a bit more maybe about the background of yourselves across the industry. It'd be interesting to find out a little more about that, please.
Yeah, okay. So if you would look at our team, actually they have different backgrounds, all engineering backgrounds. So let's say the content from civil engineering, really being hands-on on this kind of large construction projects. On the other hand, we have, of course, the software developers that are developing our platform. They're quite specialists in, say, cutting-edge technology like graph databases and these kind of things, because the unique selling points that we have is that we can handle a huge amount of data, relations between data, and huge models. So that is a real challenge. So those software developers, they really are cutting edge on that level. And for myself, so if you would look at, let's say, the management with 20 people, so we're quite flat organization. But me, myself, I'm an art historian from background, so something completely different. But I really had a passion for digital and construction. And I always say I never got rid of it. And I'm still here because I see that the market has such a huge potential and impact on society in general, that I truly believe that we can change something there. And my counterpart on the technology and operational side is an engineer that has been working around the globe on large infrastructure projects. And actually there, the origin of the company started, because those teams, engineering, design, calculation, they are not working or talking towards each other. So we have to create a bridge, and that is what we are trying to do with our team today.
Can I ask another quick one? But I'm sure James has got a question as well. But just in terms of the construction sector generally, and then the BIM market specifically, there's clearly demand more than ever before now for construction and buildings to be more efficient. So I'm talking there in terms of more sort of the green agenda, the net zero agenda, carbon emissions, and so on and so forth, even the construction or the operation of them. I just wondered sort of how you sort of maybe saw that as a challenge come opportunity, and how maybe you are pitching yourself in that particular space.
Yeah, so I didn't elaborate. Yeah, we had a short amount of time, but we really position ourselves between the sustainability goals and the way that data could help to not purely like on intuitive experience that it has been done all the years before. So we work, for example, on projects, European Horizon 2020 projects, where we develop technologies and methodologies to show that BIM-enabled digital twin technology can help lower CO2 emission. So all those smart services around smart buildings, smart assets, they need standardized information coming from that BIM process. And we actually unleash potential of BIM inside of those smart user-centric services, because those smart user-centric services like simulations, lifecycle assessment tools, they struggle with structuring information and having qualitative data to do the simulations and the interpretations. And that is our focus, providing them and enabling them and making sure that they can move much faster. So it's about creating digital ecosystems around those challenges, if that is an answer to your question.
It is, thank you. I'm conscious it's difficult in this format to go into too much detail, but thank you, that's great. I'm sure James has got a question too.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot for your pitch, Josephine, and for the story as well of how you kind of ended up there. It's really interesting. I think my question is also recognize that obviously you didn't have much time during the pitch, so I'd love to hear a little bit more about the solution itself. And I think you mentioned that there is a lot happening in this space. It's become kind of a hot topic, if you want. And so I'd really be curious to hear a bit more about what are you doing differently? What have you seen that maybe few other people have seen, and what are the capabilities that you've had to execute on that maybe others might not have?
Yeah, I think I could elaborate on that like a whole day or a whole week, but maybe to keep it short here, and happy to connect after this. I think what we have seen, if you look into if there is one player in the construction technology, it's Autodesk, of course. And what you see what they are doing is that they hacked BIM for like 3-4 times. And what they create is like the vendor lock-in, being information is locked up in their technology. And we see that those private and public asset owners, they really struggle with those challenges because they are becoming quite dependent from Autodesk and similar players. And their information is locked up, being they are not future-proof, to make sure that data is the new gold, so they don't have it in their own hands anymore. So we work on European and international level to create standards and to make able that we can actually use those standards on projects. And that is where the technology comes in, because we have quite an academic background, PhD, that work around BIM and linked data and these kind of things. But you have to be able to provide solutions that can enable that standards, use them, make them applicable, but not lock up information. So if our technology is not sufficient anymore in X number of years because there's another player that's better, the data will be able to be used in all these kind of tools, and also in that digital ecosystem. So for us, that's quite a unique selling point that they're becoming independent from us or also from other players. And maybe that's against our being a commercial software vendor in the end, but it helps us really to give that flexibility towards those target players.
Absolutely excellent. Wow. To be honest, I really don't envy the judges here today. They're going to have one hell of a debate later on during the deliberation. But thank you so much, Josephine, and thank you,
guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent questions. The next company that we actually have up is a wonderful one that some of you might know, called MySkillCamp. Welcome to the stage, Mika.
Hello, and thank you very much, Elias. And hello, everybody. I'm substituting for the current CEO. So because they had a personal thing come up. So I'm going to do my very best here. And obviously, if there's any questions, let me know. And Elias, I've got 5 minutes, right?
That is right. So if you just swap over the tabs on the share, otherwise
Yep.
we go into a wonderful cascade.
Yeah, that always, you know, psychedelic images and whatnot, that's not what we want to see today.
Brilliant. So 5 minutes, whenever you're ready. Enjoy.
Yep. Yeah, I'm good to go. So welcome everybody. My name is Mika. I'm the CMO at MySkillCamp, and I'm going to be sharing with you what it is that we do with our company that is sort of, you know, in the HR tech / edtech space. And what we do as a company is really aggregating and curating and delivering the best content to companies' workforces by actually pulling together content from all different sources and providing it in a very easy to consume interface. And let me give you a little bit of background information on MySkillCamp. We were founded in 2014, and we're currently at a team of 78. And in the last 12 months, we've grown by 171%. And that's a lot. So currently we have 109 clients. And also at the end of last year, we had our first funding round, which was actually 16 million. So to get you a little bit more into the state of, you know, what do students do, you know, whether you are, you know, whether it's, you know, learning in university or actually, you know, learning on the job and continuously upskilling. A lot of times when people actually get onto a learning platform, they are like, what am I looking at? What's going on? What do I have to do? And that is where MySkillCamp comes in, because we are a learning experience platform that really offers all sorts of different kinds of content. So depending on what it is that people want to learn, we offer that. And also, if companies already have their own LMS or LXP, they can just integrate our content. However, things obviously do not stop there, because it's actually vital in the learning process to firstly assess where people are currently. You know, what kind of skills do you already have? What kind of things can you already do? And what is it that you need to achieve to be better at your job? And that's where our latest addition actually comes in, where we can actually recommend what kind of content you should be using or you should be consuming to actually reach your goals with an adaptive learning strategy behind that, which is also AI powered. So from assessing, we go to recommending, and then people start learning. However, learning oftentimes in a business environment is you take a course and that's it. However, that does not mean that you actually retain all the knowledge. And that's what we do additionally as well. There's a retaining tool that really just prompts you with specific kinds of little prompts really set at specific time intervals to check how much you've retained. And if you haven't retained, you just go back and learn a little bit more. So, and from that stage, you can assess again and see where you're at then and start recommending new learning paths to actually make it as impactful as possible in the learning journey. So, you know, what does that actually do? So we've got actual numbers in this. So with having a adaptive learning strategy, you can save time by 37% to actually achieve the desired learning outcomes. And obviously, this is very personal and individual to a particular person and their job. And also, because we do this retaining after you've learned, the retention is actually 46% higher in the first 3 months after the actual learning has happened. And with that, we have 49% less failure rates at exams. So just because you go through really looking at what people need to be better at their jobs, providing the best content from different sources, anything from Coursera to LinkedIn Learning, you know, it doesn't really matter. It can come from all sorts of places to really cater to the needs of that particular individual. And also, very important, 76% of all learners are still active in all of the skills and tools that they were handed during the learning process after 3 months. So this is really, really important for skills retention, but also the willingness to keep on learning simply because you see the effect. So here's a couple of very interesting KPIs from our company. So we've been able to successfully get into the UK market, and our current cost of acquisition per customer is 30,000, but our annual recurring revenue currently is at 3 million, and we are seeing especially the ARR growing very, very quickly. So the net retention rate for all of our customers is 116% month over month. And that is simply because of the fact that we are able to upsell and cross-sell with, adaptive learning paths, with new content, companies that already have their own LMS, sometimes they also switch to our LMS or LXP. And, we're aiming to actually go to 7 million by the end of this year. So then the question really is, are you ready to launch your first impact learning with MySkillCamp? So here the email address of our CEO is listed, but if there's any questions for me, feel free to ask.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much for that. And just before I bring in the judges, or while I'm bringing in the judges, quick point to note that Maker was roped in very last minute to step in for Kevin. So she actually did a fantastic job. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, of course. Let me stop. Oh, my sharing has already stopped, I think. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so fire it away with your questions.
So thank you very much. This very enthusiastic, even if it was last minute, it was very convincing. So I have questions about the kind of tools and technologies that you integrate, as we tend to more and more work also with technologies like virtual reality and gamifications and things like that. Do you also consider or integrate it already?
Yeah, because we work with all of these content providers, we want to go with what they're offering, right? Because that's obviously what the market is requesting. And also with all of these cool new technology coming out, we need to follow the stream, right? So definitely, gamification during the courses, integrating as much of the, the other specific AR or anything really that we could implement, we try and do that. However, obviously with artificial, like where you need additional glasses and stuff like that, that always has a implication, obviously, on what learners actually have at their disposal. So we try and incorporate as much as possible as we can to actually facilitate the learners on site.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? And forgive me, maybe I sort of missed this within the presentation. It was a very impressive presentation, and all the more so that you came in last minute. So very well done for that.
Thank you.
But in terms of the customers themselves and the end users, I just wanted to try and understand exactly who they are in that sense, because I think it was very smart the way you presented the acquisition costs and the ambitions in and around it, but I wasn't perhaps quite clear in terms of who the customers are in that sense. And I was interested to say that you were looking to integrate and collaborate with a lot of other LMSs. We tend to find out that that's quite a busy space at the minute. It's one of these sectors. It sounds insensitive to say it, but it's almost benefited because of the pandemic. It's one of these sectors now. It sort of has seen the acceleration of adoption because of all the reasons we would imagine. But I just wondered sort of who your customers are in that space.
Yeah, our customers are practically any company that wants their employees to learn. And we also have some education customers. really just because of the fact, obviously, providing content in a learning management system or a learning experience system, is really important. And even though, as you said, there's a lot of LMSs out there, you still have to have the content on there to actually learn. And especially with the adaptive learning paths, it sets us apart from any other, company that's doing this at the, or trying to do this at the moment, simply because we have an AI powered background. And that then allows for really a customized, personalized, and really very specific learning path that, really helps learners to actually achieve their goals much faster and much more efficiently.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I have a question as well. Thanks a lot, Mieke, for the presentation. It was very impressive, especially doing it on the fly. So thanks a lot. My question would be more around the UK as a market for you. And you mentioned it briefly during the presentation, but I would be curious to hear a bit more about why you see the UK as the right market to focus on next, and why is now a good time for that?
Yeah. So obviously we're a Belgian company, and we started off in Belgium and then soon in France as well, then also in the Netherlands. And, since we are actually offering our platform in multiple languages, and also all of the content providers do that, it allows us to, expand into the UK market quite effectively, really. Also because, everything is catered towards providing it in English, and also because the content providers provide it, also geography wise. So we can actually, some things are adjusted based on geo. And that makes it very interesting for us to actually help learners learn. So the UK was a very, very sensible move to make. Does that answer your question, James?
It does. Thank you.
Brilliant. My goodness. Another absolute cracker. And again, one coming in, hats off for you for subbing in for Kevin at very, very short notice. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, of course. And thanks so much for the opportunity.
Not at all.
Well done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thanks. So just before we head off into a short little break, we've got our last company for this first little session. Good morning, class.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, Elias.
Hey. So what I'll do, I'll jump off the screen. Feel free to introduce yourself and the company, and the floor is yours. So enjoy.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Klaas Anschoot. I'm the CEO of BeFine, and today I would like to introduce you to our platform BRX. With our platform BRX, we are actually leading financial institutions to the next era of regulatory reporting. But before maybe we jump already to the next era, let's have a look at the current era and the pains with which financial institutions are confronted. Let me see if I can go to the next slide. I have an issue with.
Do you want to? There you go.
Yeah, the next slide. Okay, it's there. Okay, sorry. I was looking at the wrong screen. So when we look at today's problems that banks are facing when producing their regulatory reporting, it all goes back actually to the financial crisis of 2008, 2009. Maybe you all remember that we were confronted with a lot of issues. We had the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers, and as a response to that, banks were confronted with a lot of new regulations. However, most of these banks implemented these new regulations and new reporting and data requirements on top of their existing systems, And so they ended up with, let's say, scattered data flows and cumbered processes. And so what we saw is that they really lost control and oversight on their reporting cycle. And this resulted in inconsistent reports, late deliveries, and even regulatory fines. The latest example over there is Standard Chartered that received in December of last year a fine of almost $60 million for a lack of governance, for still using spreadsheets instead of robust systems. So the problem is really there, and it's really huge, I would say. And at the same time, we also see a shift at the regulator side. So not only they're also making a shift toward and are more focusing on underlying data and processes instead of simply the report itself. So they are more and more diving deeper and deeper into how banks, financial institutions are producing these regulatory returns. So from our point of view, I think it's clear that we are at the end of a report-based regulation, so, oversight of that regulators are doing, and that they are more and more that we are more and more shifting to a more data-driven approach. So that's actually why we started building our platform BRX, where we put data at the center of everything. So with our BRX platform, we are really going beyond reporting. And as it is built around the reporting team, we can ensure that financial institutions will never miss any reporting deadline again. Actually, submitting your regulatory returns like your COREP, FINREP, it was never that easy. And because we store all communication, information, documentation centrally within the platform, there the platform really becomes your regulatory knowledge hub. So all knowledge is centralized so that it's not spread across different platforms, different systems. So it's all there within the platform and just one click away to consult it. Opposed to our opponents in the market, we don't believe in monolithic solutions. We rather rely on ecosystems. That's why we have also a marketplace built around the platform where you can easily connect with other players in the market and increase the overall value stream within the regulatory reporting area. So for example, we have connections with major players like FIS, PwC, Colibra, so that you can increase the overall value stream of your regulatory reports. And then, of course, when we talk about compliance, cost is as well an important factor. So actually, the cost factor was taken into account from the start, from the start when we start. When we start building the BRX platform. So it's built on the latest technology. We leverage on publicly available data as much as possible. This not only results in a reduced cost, but also in a very short time to market, especially if you compare it towards our competitor. We are 50% faster on the market with and compliant with new regulation. So BeFine already exists today 5 years, but we only started building the platform 2 years ago, and today we are with a team of 45 persons, which have a strong interest and a strong knowledge base in RegTech. So by engaging with BeFine, you not only get access to a fantastic platform, but at the same time you can talk with a lot of regulatory experts in this domain. If you look at our client base, today already more than 25 financial institutions are relying on BeFine's services and solutions to transform their complex reporting processes into an efficient reporting supply chain. So if you know financial institutions that are always fighting against deadlines, that have really difficulties of keeping up with the pace of regulatory change, and are confronted with high costs of just running their reporting process, they should talk to us because with BeFine we really offer them a peace of mind when it comes down to regulatory reporting. So what we want to achieve with this challenge is we want to get a footprint into the biggest financial markets in the UK, and that's why actually we participated to this challenge, and we hope that together with you we can improve the overall transparency of financial institutions toward the regulators, and in the end this will contribute to a more stable financial system. Yeah, thank you for your attendance, and don't hesitate to contact me if you have questions on regulatory reporting or on BFI.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much. I know that to the judges, I'm starting to sound like a bit of a broken record, but my gosh. Another cracker for us. So where would we like to start in terms of the questions?
I can go first on this one. Tell me a bit more about your go-to market, and I'd be both overall, but one area that I'd be curious to hear more on in particular is around your sales cycle, and let's say how the considerations around that for entering a new market like the UK.
Yeah, for our sales cycle is very long. So if we look at working with financial institutions, they are not the fastest decision makers, I would say. So there we are confronted with sales cycles of, depending on the size of the institutions, with it can go from 6 to 24 months. So at this stage, we really focus on, let's say, on the lower tier of the market, where there is a lot more interest and a lot more need for digitalization. And once we have convinced those lower tier, we will enter the big boy. We will contact the big boys as well there. So in Belgium, we started in Belgium. We already convinced several financial institutions in Belgium. And now we are gradually moving out of our local market, I would say. So we already have financial institutions in the Netherlands, Luxembourg, that are collaborating with us. We are in discussion with several partners, for example, with a huge player in the market. We are finalizing a contract, so that's also part of our go-to-market. So we go either directly or indirectly through partners, and that is how we mainly want to attack the UK market as well. So partly directly, but also heavily leveraging on our partner network that we are building around the platform.
Just a quick follow-up then.
Yeah, go ahead. There we look at PwC. We are in the last stage of negotiating a partnership with FIS, one of the biggest, I would say, the biggest financial fintech player in the market. So they will take us there as well.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up. I'll pass it on after that. And by the way, thanks for the pitch. I don't think I said that before, but it was very compelling. Considering the sales cycles as well, how much time or what kind of timeline would you be operating on for entering the UK to sort of assess whether this is a success or not for you?
Well, we are all actually targeting together with our partners. We will start it as of now. There is also a new regulation that also helps us, of course, in our go-to-market. So we look always at where new regulations are, what are the deadlines of new regulations. So that also helps us in entering the market. So as UK was a bit behind for new regulation on investment firms, so we now try to catch a bit of that market as well, because for investment firms, it's I think 50% of the European market is concentrated in the UK, so it's a huge market for us as well in that area.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Klaas. Can you tell something more about your competition? Who are your main competitors?
Our main competitors are we compete against established players like Wolters Kluwer, like Regnology, formerly known as Bearing Point, AxiomSL, Moody's Analytics. So these are the four major players that we always see come back in RFPs. Our main differentiator there is, of course, that they are present in the market for almost 15 or 20 years. So they have a lot of legacy. They are still looking at from a report by report angle, while we look at really from the data angle, which is quite innovative and also quite efficient, because looking at from a report by report angle means as well that you do a lot of duplication, that you create a lot of complexity in data flows. So now a lot of banks are confronted with very complex architecture, while opting for our BeFine platform really simplify the overall processing, thanks to our innovative data layer, I would say there.
Yes, and how complex is an onboarding? As you mentioned, they have lots of legacy and quite complicated systems due to history. So how complex is it to install your
The
solution?
onboarding, what we see, the onboarding for the traditional players is quite complex, because they need to, there is a lot of data that needs to be mapped several times. If you look at, if you compare it with our onboarding, there we are very lean. So we compare to, for example, with a traditional player, we replaced it at one of the Belgian banks already, and our implementation time was reduced with 40% compared to a more traditional player. So there we did it in 6 months, while they were almost busy for more than a year. So on certain items.
Okay.
Can I just ask a quick question at the end? Thank you for that, and well answered to those questions as well, because I'm conscious that it is an interesting space. It's a busy space, certainly in the UK and certainly in London, for all the obvious reasons there as well. But you seem to have differentiated yourself quite well. The question I have, I guess, again, is within the terms of DIT and how we can help you in your journey towards the UK, because you mentioned partnerships as a key route to market. I just wondered what sort of help and support and guidance you were specifically looking for, perhaps outside of that.
Yeah, I think it would be good to have a better view on what are because UK is splitting off a bit from the overall European landscape. So there will be strict regulations on location of data, on certain cloud architectures. Also, in terms of other specific requirements, we need to see whether we need to have a local presence or not for certain things. So that could be interesting for us as well.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. I'm conscious there's quite a few questions there, so thank you for your time and a good presentation. Well done.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your presentation, Klaas. So I think that wraps up the first pitching session, first group of companies then for this morning. Just as a quick recap of the 5 excellent companies that we actually had, but were very, very different. First of all, we had My Pitch, and that was presented by Thomas. We had FSC, that came in with Hubert. Neanix, again, another fantastic company from Josephine. My Skill Camp, with Maker coming in last minute. And we just had BeFine, which again, a very, very interesting company. Just as a quick reminder to everyone watching, there are 2 prizes on offer for today. The first one is a startup of the year, and the second one is a scale up of the year. Both of the winners will win a trip to the UK, and courtesy of our good friends at the Belgian Luxembourg Chamber of Commerce, we'll also get a year's membership over there, which we're really, really excited for. So just before we go into a short break now, where we have a short fireside chat on 6G and beyond the future of telecoms, I'll remind you that we'll be back in 30 minutes to resume the second half of the Great Challenge. Thank you very much. Over to you, team.
So it's a great pleasure to be with you today at this particular telecoms conversation with Regius Professor Rahim Tafazoli from the University of Surrey. Rahim, I've known you for a good 20 years now, I guess, but can we just start off with a key question that's on our minds from an audience and a government point of view? That's, what do you think really needs fixing in telecommunications in the 21st century? Now we're in 2021.
I think if you ask any normal person, average person on the street, what needs to be improved or fixed, most probably they will say broadband coverage.
I agree with you. Do you think this takes us into a network of networks world, or do you think particularly 5G is going to help with that coverage challenge?
I believe that there is no single technology, whether it's 5G or 4G or even satellite, will provide ubiquitous 100% coverage anywhere. So it has to be to provide cost-effective solution. It has to be a network of networks. But from the user's point of view, it has to, all the networks have to appear as a single network. So with one terminal, one device, you can roam around freely, whether it's on the motorway, with open areas, at home or office or in the city areas, it all appears all fully integrated.
That means we've got a lot of technologies to cover today, but let's just concentrate on 5G for a moment. Clearly 2G and 4G many view as being the strongest global standards. Do you think 5G will be up there with it?
Oh, absolutely. I think 5G is, in terms of the technology and the specification, is a step change compared to previous generation system. Previous generation system was mainly for connecting people. And 5G not only connect people with the broadband services, but also connect machines of different capabilities and different types. And it is mainly designed to modernize most of the industry by using wireless and reliable connectivity with a low latency.
Given the growing importance of 5G, do we have the right range of suppliers to help deliver everything we need? Not just operators, but the vendors themselves?
Yeah, I believe that globally we need more players in the ecosystem to provide different solutions.
And we're both based in the UK. What effect have you seen from the UK 5G trials and test program? Has that helped with issues such as openness and vendor diversity, or maybe security as well?
Well, absolutely. I think 5G testbed and trials funded by the UK government, DCMS department, is quite unique in the world. From the point of view that it brings different stakeholders, which is a telecom as well as non-telecom sectors would benefit from the connectivity of 5G. They bring them together, they test different applications, different use cases together, and they learn about the capability of 5G, and each industry can go away and think about how 5G can help them in terms of productivity, in terms of reducing the cost, in terms of modernizing their own services. And for the last few years that this program has been going on, I believe that the most important aspect of the 5G testbed and trial is bring different stakeholders together and do things together.
And I think it's fair to say it's not just enhanced your research and innovation, but it's also been an international story. So although the work has taken place in the UK, it's been a great showcase for visitors as well.
Yeah, there's something all of that you mentioned, I fully agree. Something that it did for us as well is, because you mentioned about diversification. In the process of working with other industry and learning the requirements, we actually developed our own 5G core network, fully virtualized, sliceable, in the process of doing the innovation and research and development. And that is would help the diversification, and UK could be considered as probably the first country in the world, that actually developed a 5G core network, fully virtualized and sliceable. When I mention 5G core, I don't mean virtualized 4G core, service-based architecture, which is innovative architecture for 5G. That's the one that we have developed.
I think you've also had a few other world firsts from the University of Surrey, some of which I'm sure have enhanced your research program, but also developed lots of skills that are very useful. Could you talk a little bit about some of those world firsts?
Yeah.
Skills benefit that's come from that?
Yeah. We have a unique testbed, which is the full end-to-end, which is the core as well as the radio access and as well as service platform. And we tested our solutions using connected the vehicles over a distance of 50 kilometers, a combination of 5G and fiber. And we managed to drive the vehicle to 20 miles per hour, but we could have driven it faster. And we made sure the reliability and low latency enabled us to drive the car at that sort of a speed. As part of the 5G testbed and trial program, Auto Air, we managed to drive the car at the speed of 160 miles per hour and maintain that connectivity. So all of these technologies that gave us confidence in the capability of what 5G can do. In addition to other world's first, we tested 5G with geostationary satellite as well as non-geostationary satellite with our industrial partners to see how compatible the satellite technology is with the 5G, what sort of latency we can get, what sort of reliability we can get. And in addition to all of this, we were the first. We transmitted a holoportation or 3D virtual reality of a person over 5G, and which provided a fusion between physical and the virtual world.
I think you're moving into the future now, but people will be interested to know more about that offline, I would suggest. I think we've seen other characteristics of 5G around the world. In particular, we've seen the notable growth in Northeast Asia, but in the USA, significant interest in fixed wireless access. Do you think that fixed wireless access aspect of 5G is a specific phenomenon to the USA? Is it an outlier, or is it something that others in other countries may adopt as well?
I think, I believe that technology is horses for courses. There's not one technology that would solve all the issues, the societal issues or the industry issue that we have. I believe the fixed wireless access will have a role, but I don't believe that it will have a role that originally as big a role as originally expected. So different countries with a different geographical characteristics may require fixed wireless access based on 5G could be appropriate. Some other countries, it may be less adopted because we can provide the coverage using the cellular system.
So it depends on choices. Some of the other attributes of 5G often referred to are the high capacity to do with Internet of Things, or maybe the high-speed video. Which of those characteristics do you think are high demand areas, but still worthy of more research?
I believe that most of the media, in terms of communication between people, as well as between machines or robots, video will play a very important role. And there's a huge amount of information in the video. Either we use the information inside the video to control, for example, robots autonomously, or we can use the video or 360-degree or virtual reality or the augmented reality type of videos for different industry. And I believe that most of the communication in future in 5G, as well as the future, will be video-based.
And in terms of volume, I think some of the final figures for 2020 are not yet in, but it's expected that there are between 200 and 220 million customers by the end of 2020. And some have forecast that there may be as high as 3 billion 5G customers by 2026. What sort of growth curve do you think you're going to see by way of volume geographically and internationally?
I don't know the exact number, but I would anticipate and expect the adoption of 5G will be more, and penetration of 5G will be more than what 4G did. 4G is a very good system and provided broadband communication. Looking at the mass connectivity aspects of the 5G, high reliability and low latency, and especially designed for connecting machines, we see a new entrance into the market, and that is normally referred to as vertical industry. So we'll see even more number of networks of 5G of different shape and type in form of public networks and private networks and public as well as private hybrid networks for a variety of different applications. So I don't know the exact number, but I believe, based on what I have seen, the adoption and penetration of 5G will be much higher than 4G and much quicker than 4G was adopted.
And it's already showing signs of having a more upward curve in terms of volume, but not everywhere in every country yet. Can I just go on to Wi-Fi? Do you see Wi-Fi as a complement or competition to 5G?
Wi-Fi has always been a very good complementary access point to 4G, 3G, and it will be the same with 5G and the future networks. And there's some industry are developing the enterprise version of the 5G in the form of like a Wi-Fi-like, but with more reliability and more capacity. From that point of view, it could be some competition with the Wi-Fi, but I see that one quite difficult for 5G to compete with the Wi-Fi from the price point of view.
So we need to watch it carefully to see if it is competition, but I think it could be a complement for many years to come based on what you said.
Yes.
Satellite, you've referred to coverage a lot earlier on. How much do you see satellite as either complement or competition to these coverage challenges?
Well, going back to what we said, there's horses for courses. There is no single technology that can tick all the boxes in terms of the requirements of people as well as for industry. So satellite is a fantastic technology, and it has to complement the terrestrial system to provide coverage to the open areas. And that's where it plays the important role. The satellite is a fantastic technology for open areas. And some aspects of 5G, I don't believe that cost effectively we can provide those services using the terrestrial system, like connected vehicles on motorways. How are we going to provide the coverage cost effectively using terrestrial system? So satellite will play a very important role. I believe that in future, all the use cases that has been promised by 5G, most of it, or at least some of it, will be provided using the satellite communication and some of it with the terrestrial communication. So the role is complementary.
And at Surrey University, you've had a long-standing track record looking into satellite. Can you give us some more recent examples of some of your satellite work, maybe towards convergence between satellite and cellular?
So we have been working on satellite communication, as you said, Mike, for the probably last 40 years. And Surrey University is known for initially started with a small satellite, and now we have a medium-sized satellites and has played very important role on high throughput satellite communication. And within the European Commission funded project, we had a project called SAT5G. We actually tested most of the 5G technology using geostationary as well as the non-geostationary satellite, and provided end-to-end 4K video and on the satellite all the way to the terrestrial system. In addition to either connected to satellite or to terrestrial, we tested dual connectivity, simultaneous connectivity using satellite as well as the terrestrial system. And I believe that these systems, for the next 3 years, we will have satellite 5G available and will be connected to terrestrial 5G. And we see that will take 5G completely to a new level. It will open up opportunity for many, many different applications, which coverage using only terrestrial means could be a problem. So the satellite will relieve that pressure, providing ubiquitous coverage and complementing the terrestrial 5G.
Mm. And do you see particular challenges with the satellite terminals in this area? Clearly, when you're talking about these different orbits, whether it's LEO, MEO, or GEO, there's some real power constraints and size constraints. Yeah. How do you see the terminals evolving?
I believe that initially the terminals will be much bigger than the normal pocket-sized phones that we have. But within our institute, 5G Innovation Center, and now 6G Innovation Center, we are working on direct communication between the satellite and a pocket-sized phone. And as you rightly said, the power budget is the main issue. But we have some innovative techniques to overcome the power limitation. And I believe that should be available within the next 5 years or 6 years.
And you just mentioned 6G as well. Can we just say a few things about that? Why do you think we need another G, another generation? If you were to look into your crystal ball, what will be the differences that 6G could make, even though the standards are not yet set, and even though 4G and 5G have a long life?
I think 4G and 5G will have a long life, and it will go through different phases of evolution, and the features will be enhanced and get richer and richer over the time. We are already talking about release 17, release 18, possibly release 19, and some people say it could be release 20 of the 5G. So it will evolve in parallel. And in terms of the Gs, on average, it used to be every 10 years, we'll see a new generation of the cellular systems will come out. And that, if you look at from 3G to 4G to 4G to 5G, it seems that that period is getting shorter and shorter. The cycle of innovation is speeding up. And I believe that whether we want to call it 6G or we call it Network 2030, I believe that the new generation of the connectivity will be available by 2030 plus. But we need to approach 6G differently. We can't just do more of the same thing, or bigger, or more powerful, or higher speed than the previous generations. We need to look at to see what society requires. What does the world look like? We just been experiencing this unprecedented situation, a pandemic situation. We learned quite a lot of lessons from that in terms of the shortage or shortcomings of some of the telecom industry. We need to look at what industry needs. What are the challenges, not only the telecom, but also in the other industry, what they need. And based on that, we start researching and developing the standards and technology for what system comes in 2030 plus, if you want to call it 6G and etc. But we have to bear in mind that 5G is very capable and is evolving. So if it is another generation, it has to be something that is beyond 5G capability. And that's what we have done at University of Surrey, working with our industrial partners for the last 9 months, and see what 6G would be like that 5G cannot do. And based on that, we have a unique vision and unique direction towards 6G. We decided, firstly, we look at the use cases that has a clear business case. The second thing we said, 6G has to be something which is beyond 5G capability based on this use case. And another important one is to consider the societal challenges, industry challenges, like the global warming and the CO2 footprint, and also remote working, broadband connectivity. And based on all this, we come up with this unique vision which we launched in middle of November 2020. And our white paper is available for anybody to download from our website on this vision.
And in terms of the white paper, I think it describes the demand side factors, the drivers, as you call them, as well as the supply side factors. Are there any particular supply side technologies that you think will be breakthroughs for 6G, or is it too early to say?
Yeah, I mentioned that one of the areas is the coverage. And we emphasize quite a lot on the coverage. And the coverage, we have two extreme cases. One is open areas, which can be done with the satellite. Another extreme side is indoor coverage. We believe that the future intelligent surfaces will help to extend the coverage cost effectively from outdoor to indoor to the blind spots. And it would not only provide the coverage, but also capacity, as well as reduction in the energy that we need to illuminate everywhere. So it is with the smart intelligent surfaces, which we demonstrated in 6GIC summit in middle of November, we demonstrated a working intelligent surfaces that could be adaptive and follows the users and follows the and provides the coverage to the hotspots or the blind spots without any external power source that we need. And this sort of technology I see will make most of our building environment smarter. So, and we are working on a technology, this smart surfaces that you can actually paint it on top of the buildings, as easy as that. And it will not be visible as an infrastructure, but it will provide connectivity and directions to move the electromagnetic waves from the cellular systems into the blind spots, like could be indoor side. So this is one aspect of the 6G that we are working on. Other aspect, we started from the use case and the business case. 5G enabled virtual reality. So you can have virtual reality with a low latency. We believe that the future application will be virtual reality plus other human senses. At the moment, from 1G all the way to 5G, what we are transmitting is two of the human senses, seeing and hearing. We need to start integrating other three senses, and more importantly, touch. And when we provide that to the new virtual reality, new class of the video system, it will provide a more natural feel for people to interact in a physical world or in a virtual world or between physical and virtual world. And it is not only for gaming. I have to emphasize on this. Reality with, say, touch, at least, as one of the another senses. Just imagine a doctor. He can turn up in sort of virtual reality in a home care place. And the doctor can actually touch the patient, the forehead, and can hold the hand and feel the temperature, feel whether it has fever or whatever it is. And that provides more human-like, more natural way of providing the telecare system. And that is providing other human senses added to the two currently supported senses like seeing and hearing. We provide what we call teleportation.
I think bringing human touch at a distance is certainly a lesson from the COVID pandemic we've seen in many countries of the world. I guess, though, we started earlier on by talking about a network of networks. Can we just conclude by just talking about which networks might be displaced? If, for example, the wireless industries by speed and capacity and capability are overtaking fiber and cable TV, does that mean there'll be less investment in fiber and cable TV? What happens if broadcasting becomes too expensive and a legacy system? Are you talking about 6G replacing those as well?
Yeah. I believe that we always need a combination of fiber and wireless. As we need a combination of satellite and terrestrial short range as well long range. We need to see what combination gives you the best economy of network deployment or service provisioning. In terms of its speed, depends on what sort of range we are talking about. I believe in 2030 plus in 6G, we'll have three major components, three major network of networks. One would be a short range which is mainly to collect ambient information, which human senses is part of that. And that could be on terahertz, and it could be terabits per second. Could be. We don't know yet. And that is for the short range. The second component is a cellular system. And that, through intelligent surfaces, provide coverage in the urban and as well as in outdoor to indoor coverage. And the third component is the satellite communication. So we could have a variety of different flavors of the satellite system. We could have a different flavors of cellular system, could be 5G, 4G, together with Wi-Fi, and as well as the short range communication, which could be in form of wearables and the short range for making our environment smarter to provide more information about location we are in, people we interact, and etc. Saying all of this because we send more information about people, about the location, etc. The privacy and security become even more important issue to tackle.
I also think it brings in new opportunities, as we said earlier on, for new players. So the whole softwareization in this process, thinking about how do we blend networks together more coherently, but also how do we bring in these verticals, these creative industries, whether it be through systems integration or more elegant connectivity in the process.
Yeah.
Amy, you've given us some great food for thought today. Let's hope we can build this world and take some lessons from CES and work forward into 2021. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Thanks very much, Mike.
Brilliant. Thank you all for that. I hope you all enjoyed that session on 6G and beyond, and very insightful overall. So as we continue with our morning, I'm delighted to bring on yet another fantastic company with Moonbird. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, Elias.
Hey. If you could start sharing your screen.
Yes.
Or your slides. There you go. Brilliant. All right, so I'll jump off. The floor is yours.
Okay, great. Thanks, Elias. Hi. We all breathe. We have been breathing our entire lives, so you'd think you were experts at it. Yet the opposite is often true. People suffering from stress, anxiety, and sleeping problems have elevated and rapid breathing rates. And with Moonbird, we're going to change that. Hi, I'm Stephanie. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Moonbird, the health tech company that I started together with my brother in 2019. We are developing a hardware and software solution that helps people to breathe better, to deal with stress, anxiety, and sleeping problems. So we're active in the well-being space. And in the past year, we have shipped over 5,000 devices, and we've generated over $1 million US in revenue. And we're going to quadruple this year. Moonbird is an intuitive and interactive personal breathing coach. It is actually the world's first tactile breathing coach that you can hold in your hand. So the device expands and contracts, giving you a pace that you should match with your breathing. This helps you to calm yourself down or fall asleep faster. You can combine it with an application where you can listen to audio guides to get more access to everything about breathing, sleeping problems, and so on, which is based on CBT. And you can check the biofeedback so you can see what the impact is of the breathing exercises on your body and your heart rate. On top, you can follow the statistics to ensure that you make progression over time. We are truly targeting astronomical markets. The number of people suffering from stress, anxiety, and sleeping problem is huge. It's estimated that globally over 3 billion people suffer from these conditions. And instances like the pandemic has only made it more important to take care of our own mental health. And interestingly, we've actually seen that our target market is even bigger than these 3 target markets, because there are a number of customers coming to us saying that they use it for different instances. For instance, chronic fatigue syndrome, people who want to improve their sports performance, people suffering from anorexia, depression, or specific fears. At the moment, we don't have any direct competition. There are other objects like an Apple Watch with a breathing function or the Somnox sleeping pillow, but there is no intuitive tactile breathing guidance device which offers biofeedback at an affordable price at the moment. Everything is based on science. I have a scientific background. Science is important for us. And so from the beginning, we have been collaborating with physicians and end users to test our product. And we've just gotten back the results of our first study where we tested our Moonbird with 40 people suffering from sleeping problems. And we saw that the sleep quality and the refreshfulness during the day significantly improved in this group. We are offering our products directly to consumers through our own webshop and through partners like pharmacy chains, Amazon, Bol.com, and so on. But we're also collaborating with coaches, with psychologists, with breathing therapists, and so on. And they really represent an efficient and scalable sales channel. Since the inception of our company, we have sold over 5,000 devices, generating $1 million in revenue. We have proven product market fit in our home market, Belgium and the Netherlands. And we've gotten amazing feedback from customers. So we've only been more enthusiastic and ambitious to make sure that we can become the #1 breathwork company globally. This year, we're going to focus on the UK and Germany. That's why it would be awesome to win this competition. And next year, we're going to prepare our US launch. And after that, we are ready to go globally. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much for that. It's time to bring in our judges. Catherine, Nigel, and James, good morning again. Honestly, I've been repeating this all morning long, and I'm going to say it again. Wow. I'm glad I'm not judging this, but what I think I'll do is pass over the mic to use to ask a couple of questions. Who would like to kick us off?
I'll start. Thank you for that. Well done. Very interesting. I think the timing actually is really interesting as well, given all that's gone on with the world the last couple of years. Again, I can see that sort of fitting really well. I guess my question, because I It is new, it is innovative, and maybe I'm sort of struggling to maybe sort of articulate the questions correctly here. But my immediate gut thoughts are, what sort of help, support, and guidance are you after in terms of the UK marketplace there? Because whilst I can see the generic opportunity, I wonder what specifically that would be in terms of a route to market here in the UK.
Well, something very concrete and specific, for instance, that I would find very interesting are, for instance, connections to the NHS. It would be amazing. We are in contact with some insurers in Belgium and the Netherlands, and they're actually open to see where we can get this. It is a consumer product, so we're not certified as a medical device at the moment, but we do have some scientific evidence backing our product, and we do think that there's a huge opportunity for insurers to play a role here as well in getting this to more patients. That's a very concrete thing for the UK, and then in general, it's a market strategy for every country. We have an idea of how we approach this in Belgium and the Netherlands, and we do want to replicate this in the UK as well. And I think connections to good PR agencies in general, for instance, that's something that's also super important. But I think my main ambition is to find the right strategic partners in the UK and to connect with them and see if they can help us to get this to people.
Can you just tell me a little about the pricing point as well of it? And so I know not necessarily just the commercial model, but just in terms, you mentioned it was a consumer device as such, and you're looking for that B2C place. If I was a consumer, how much would I expect to pay for that, just out of interest?
In the UK, it's £159 for the application and the device. It's a one-off at the moment. We are thinking of expanding our content library in the application as well. So that would become then available under a freemium model, but that will still take a year of development before we have sufficient content in our library to really offer that as a standalone option as well. So right now it's really the app and the device included in one, and over time we want the app to be available standalone as well. That really becomes a place where people can experience breathwork in all its facets.
Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Stephanie, for this excellent pitch. So I was just wondering, as you have a hardware device, and I looked at your website, and you seem to have like inventory problems. Am I right? I don't know what the components are, but I was wondering if you suffer from supply chain problems or any components that are scarce for the moment.
Like all hardware companies at the moment, I think we suffer the same, and we are experiencing the same things as all other companies at the moment. I think creating hardware always is hard, and it's especially a challenge considering the circumstances. We have been on top of these things very early on since the beginning, so we have played a lot of our huge orders right after our previous funding round, which was in June previous year. So our next batch of Moonbirds would have been produced now in March, and we have indeed a delay of 3 months with our production, which is still we can still oversee this, but indeed we have some issue. It's one component in specific. All the other components are there, but yeah, if you lack one, you can't create your products. So we're no exception there, but we are on top of things, and we're trying to manage everything very well. And fortunately, we don't have any production delays of longer than 6 months or a year at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe a question for me. Thanks a lot, Stephanie, first of all, for the pitch. I'm curious to hear a bit more about why the UK as well. So what are the signals that you've noticed from the UK that suggest that that's should be one of your top markets to go into?
Mm-hmm. So when we started our marketing efforts in Belgium and the Netherlands, we tried different things, and we ultimately saw that a combination of online advertising and PR and the network with the coaches and the ambassadors and influencers is like a strategy that works for us. Those things combined make sure that people hear from Moonbird from different angles, and ultimately that they are convinced to buy the product. in the beginning, we tried to do it with paid ads alone, and we did a lot of experiments to optimize our online advertisements, to write defined hooks and so on. And we had something that worked really well with a good return on ad spend in Belgium and the Netherlands. And we opened that up across Europe, because we thought, okay, this is working in Belgium, let's just replicate this. But that didn't work. Like, we needed the other marketing efforts as well. But we did saw that Germany and the UK were the markets that converted best on those paid advertisements. That, in a combination with by speaking with breathing coaches in general and just asking them, like, where do you see the most traction? And they as well confirmed that they saw a lot of interest from people living in the UK and in Germany. So we prioritized those markets and said, okay, we're just going to focus on those two with our team, which is just 7 people right now, to really focus on those markets and make sure that we also have a network of coaches and therapists. We have a PR agency that helps us, and we have influencers in those local markets, so that we can focus on 2 huge markets. Actually, if you combine them, they're huge, which would be sufficient to realize our revenue this year.
Great, thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Stephanie. Again, another very, very interesting company in there. And one very random side note is, all of this time I've been sitting here thinking, James, that's a wonderful apartment. And I just realized it's a virtual background. But anyway, lovely nonetheless.
Couldn't tell, huh?
But brilliant. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Now comes in our next company. I have the great pleasure to introduce Yoram. Yoram, good morning.
Hey,
how are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well, thanks.
Very well, thanks. And perhaps you just want to say a quick word as an introduction to who you are, and then the floor is yours.
Sure. Yeah, so my name is Yoram Rademaker, and I'm the founder and CEO of Manual2. And at Manual2, we like to do things a little bit differently, and that includes this presentation. I'll talk a little bit about the product and about the traction we've got, also about the future, of course. But let me start off with something that you wouldn't expect in a slide deck like this is love. I like to talk about love because if I were to ask you guys who here in the room loves manuals, or in the audience love manuals, chances are nobody would raise their hand. But if I were to ask you, hey, who here in the room went to YouTube to find out how to do something instead of using the product manual, chances are most of you would raise their hands. So this is what we've seen. We've seen that people really love to use video-based solutions. They want to see how their peers are creating content. They want to see peer-created content that meets their needs. And this is what we see on the work floor as well. People love video. That's why we created Manual2. Manual2 is a source of providing instant know-how with video. Now, the process by which we do this is pretty simple. We've designed the heck out of this, and we started with the creational process. With Manual2, you can create an instruction in just a few minutes. You can then share that instruction as a simple QR code or a human-readable URL. And the resulting instruction is you can then read on any device, in any language, with video or pictures. Now, you can, for instance, paste the QR code at the time of the object where you need the guidance so that you have it at your fingertips at the time of need. Feel free to go to demo.manual2 for some examples. Now, coming back to love. Why is love key? Because we've seen that any digital change that you bring, any kind of technology that you bring to the workforce, if the people don't love it, they won't use it. It's as simple as that. And through driving this employee engagement, by making the solution really simple and really easy to use, that's how you finally implement real change in the way people work. And the reason why you would is because, well, it changes the KPIs. It changes the benefits for the business in a tangible, real-world way. And for this company, for instance, these are the results. Now, one thing in particular I want to point out is the engagement rate went up which drives all of the other KPIs. And this way, you're able to create a truly self-learning organization, which is the dream, of course, of every company. And the KPIs might look different for every single company, but ultimately, it all, if you get your employees to contribute to this knowledge base, that's really where you can drive those KPIs. Now, this is just not just a pipe dream. This is not just something. This is real. This is out there. We have 220% year-on-year growth. We're at above 1 million ARR. And the product has been used in over 91 countries already worldwide. We're at about 30,000 users per month right now. Well, it's actually a little bit more already. But what we have also seen over the last year is, for instance, the usage of the product went into a whopping ×5. Now, we've got a range of customers across the world. And particularly interesting, of course, for you guys is the NHS and the UK government, who are two customers that have been with us for years now. But it's a range of different companies and governments over the world that are using our product. And that includes both employee training and product manuals, like Audi. If you have a new Audi car, you get the manual to QR code in the car that helps you get that great first-time user experience. For the NHS, what we've seen is that they're using this both for patient information and for staff training. And it's being used in London, for instance, in the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital as a first customer there. Now, we're not doing this alone. We have an historical ties with London and the UK through the Microsoft Accelerator in particular, because we've joined the Microsoft Accelerator London program. Since then, Microsoft is a partner, but we also managed to acquire Atos as a partner who helped us sell into the UK government. Now, as for the future, what does the future hold in store? So for Manual 2, we've seen that it's a product that people really love to use, which is for us a starting point. We've seen that the usage, therefore, is growing, and we've seen that they're willing to pay hard cash for that solution. So we've got that product market fit, and it's really about scaling right now. Scaling across products, across sales and marketing, and with our partners. So we're looking for a raise, and the next investment raise, we're looking for a 5 million raise, and we're looking in particular to the UK for that. So thinking about how Manual 2 and can scale in Britain, we're looking at the UK as our next sales expansion focus. We're already worldwide, but the majority of our traction is in mainland Europe. We see a big amount of opportunities in the UK, and the UK is just really next by. It's really close. It's really home to us in a sense already. And we want to see about the investment opportunities there. And of course, everybody would agree that the UK is a great springboard for getting into the US and the worldwide market. So that's kind of where we are. Yeah, happy to hear your questions and to take it from you guys.
Absolutely excellent. Thank you so much for that as a pitch. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I think all of the judges know what's coming. Wow. another absolute cracker. That's from my side. I have plenty of questions, but I'll pass over the floor to yourselves. Who would like to get us started?
I'm happy to ask the first one. So, thank you for that as well. Just to sort of try to get it clear in my mind exactly what the product is and how it works in terms of a customer there. So you gave the NHS as an example, and Atos and others. Are you helping them to create the content, or are they creating the content themselves? Sort of what role do you play in that? Because I'm conscious there's lots of different potential ways to teach, and there's lots of different types of content there.
You can think of our solution as like a mix between Wikipedia and YouTube. It is the users within the company that are creating the content. So in the NHS, it's staff members who are creating the instructions for their peers, and it's doctors creating the instructions for their patients. We're just a platform. We don't offer services as such. Of course, we do help them with our support and customer success teams.
So you're taking them through a structured journey to productize almost and provide a service for whatever that content is as a platform, so it can be distributed in a different way to an audience. Okay, gotcha. In terms of the commercial model line behind it, I just wondered, can you tell me a bit more about that, please? I know you're talking about you were looking for some investment. I just wondered how that relationship works, particularly if you're going via big partners like an Atos, for example.
Yeah, so usually we charge per user on the platform, and that's how we can scale, and that's how we can tailor to both medium-sized companies as these large enterprises. You kind of pay as you go, and you use a land and expand model to grow within an organization. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Thank you for that. I shall make some notes before I forget. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jorim. Great storyline for your pitch.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So I was wondering, so you're looking for you will raise new capital. Why will you mainly use it for? Will it be to expand internationally, or do you also have intentions to further develop? What about your product roadmap, actually? How do you see that
so the product is deceptively simple, it seems. So there's a lot of going on behind the scenes, and we want to keep it that way. We want to make sure that the technology is behind the scenes and the product for the end user stays simple. We don't want to fall into the trap of adding too many features. That being said, a lot of our customers are requesting specific features that we are building, and the features that we are building are also intended to scale our growth. So the product needs to be even simpler to use, even more easy to scale within the organization and beyond. And yes, a part of the investment will go to the product development, but another important part is actually our go-to-market and our just scaling up of our sales. And actually, that's the dominant bit right now.
Thank you.
And from my side, first of all, thanks, Jorim, for the pitch. Very compelling. And I'm curious, why is now? Do you see that as the right time for expanding in the UK, but also for fundraising? What have been the signals or the things that have fallen into place that makes now a good time?
Well, one thing we've seen is that with our existing customers, the usage of the product has grown by a factor of 5 within the last year. So with COVID, there's more and more demand for these kind of digital solutions that enable anyone to learn at their pace, on their device, at their convenience. No longer can you organize these classroom trainings. No longer can you justify spending months on creating complicated e-learnings or product manuals. You need to act now. The pace of the industry is changing, and we're the best in class in how fast we can implement our solution and then scale that throughout the organization. With COVID times, this has become more required than ever.
Okay, and then maybe the natural next question we'll see. How do you see the landscape for your market and your type of solution evolving? What kind of new technologies? I mean, the one that naturally comes to mind here is obviously, extended realities of different kinds, and with training content being created on different overlays, etc. So, how are you seeing that whole industry moving from here and where you're going?
So we've seen a lot of pioneers who will want to be the next AR learning solution. We've kind of consciously stayed clear from that. We've kind of stayed behind, and we wanted to be a solution that works today using devices that everybody has. That being said, our solution does work in an AR or an extended reality context. We have companies like Delaware building plugins on top of this. We've got lots of different ways. You can use our solution also with a HoloLens and have this in virtual reality or extended reality. We work nice and we play nice with that, but we ourselves don't want to say be the leader in that area, because there's so many companies who are looking to do that one thing.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask one more quick question just before we
Go
finish
for it,
it?
Mario.
Sorry, I know you've
Go
got
on,
a
no
bit.
worries.
What sort of help, support, or guidance are you after from DIT then in that journey? Because I think you've answered the questions well there, but just in terms of how we can help and what specifically, I know you mentioned the funding, but just more broadly, is there anything else specifically in terms of that journey to the UK?
Well, as you know, the UK government is part of our customer base. There's a lot of specific demands for the UK market that are different from European mainland, and we're looking for your help in that respect. So what is the best way to scale across the UK? We've been there with the Microsoft Accelerator London. We have our initial traction there. We have a virtual team that already exists, from Ireland, Poland, through all over the world. But specifically for the UK, is it best, for instance, to build a local presence still, or should we virtualize that? Those are a couple of questions I would love to discuss with you in more depth.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that. Again, a massive round of applause. The bar has been consistently very, very high. And unfortunately for the judges, it's not going to be lowered at all. The next company that I have up is another massively exciting one. My description, of course, will not do it any justice at all. So for that, I welcome to the stage Parshva. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks a lot, Elias.
No problem at all.
So I'll get right into it. I'm Parsha, one of the co-founders of Polyperception. Firstly, thanks a lot for having us. So our mission at Polyperception is to enable a circular economy for waste. And the way we're doing this is we're using artificial intelligence and computer vision, which is commonly used for self-driving cars, but we're applying this technology across the waste supply chain. So we install our camera systems in waste recycling facilities and in sorting facilities. And what this allows us to do is allows us to track each individual object of waste from the moment it enters the sorting facility all the way through until it's recycled. And so for each piece of waste object, we're able to identify it and say what it is, but we're also able to calculate its mass and its surface area. So over here on the bottom right, you're able to see our technology in motion in different settings and different facilities. And so by having this information, we're able to help sorting and recycling facilities, which have traditionally operated with a huge blind side. So for decades, they've operated with very little data. And having this information, it allows them to start optimizing their performances. So optimizing their machines, sorting machines and recycling machines using data-driven using a data-driven approach. It gives them end-to-end traceability of their process. So it allows them to stay ahead of regulations and their auditing processes. And eliminating uncertainty in the supply chain means that recyclers and local recyclers are more willing to accept waste from sorting facilities, which means that we're not relying on exporting waste to countries outside of Europe. So Polyperception was founded exactly a year ago in March 2021 by three co-founders, myself, Rafael, and Nicholas. Rafael and Nicholas are AI engineers with around 12 years of experience in building scalable AI products. And my background is in plastics recycling. And last summer, we were also backed by EMEC iStart, and James is actually our venture manager. Hi, James. So in a short period of time, we've reached a scaling up phase. So in the last 4 months, we onboarded 4 industrial customers across 3 European countries. We've reached a revenue of more than 70K in this period of time. And the revenue is split between a fixed hardware fee for our camera systems and also a yearly license fee. So for next year, our goal is to reach 400,000 euros in revenue. And we're going to do this by capturing over the next 5 years, 20% of our current market focus which is sorting and recycling facilities for household packaging waste. And what makes us different from the other companies in a similar space, we feel that we have a very strong founding team. And so we have a good balance between funders who have already built scalable AI solutions and then also funders with industry experience. And so at Polyperception, we believe in growth for the sake of impact and not for just the sake of growth. We want to take part in this because we feel that entering the UK market is a big opportunity. The waste industry is highly segmented there and is now taking steps to consolidate. And so there's a lot of potential for our system to help move the UK waste market towards this closed loop or a circular economy. And so we want help in entering the UK market, and also connecting with the strong VC community in London. And then the third point is meeting like-minded entrepreneurs, policymakers, and brands in the UK, many of which are different to the ones that we're interacting with over here in Europe. And as for growth opportunities, so beyond the next 3 to 5 years, we see that our underlying technology can also be implemented in other industries, such as recycling of industrial waste, food sorting, and also construction waste processing. And it's the third one, the construction waste processing, which we believe could also be very interesting in the UK, since it's quite a large industry over there. Yeah, that's...
Excellent.
Sorry, and happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time. I won't say it again. I mean, I can't say it again, but wow, great stuff. I know there's only going to be 2 winners here, but I think I'm seeing winners in each and every one of you. And with that, let's open up the floor for a couple of questions. Who would like to kick us off? I know Nigel's been leading the way for a lot of the things, so I might just pick you out again. I'm
happy to. But if anybody else wants to jump in, I think it's a fascinating concept and idea. It's not a space I know well in terms of the detail, but in terms of the industry and the approach to it, I think the timing's really good for now for all the obvious reasons. I'm going to ask the naive question, or perhaps the stupid question. Then I assume this was already in place, in the sense that in terms of the sorting that went on. So how do you differentiate yourself to what's already in the marketplace there? Because I know I diligently put my waste into the right sorts of buckets and bins to make sure that it goes off. I just wondered in terms of sort of how you're differentiating yourself in that particular space.
Yeah, so once you separate your waste in your house, it's taken to a waste sorting facility. So in the UK, they call them MRFs, material recovery facilities. And so these facilities then receive a sort of mixed stream and are responsible for separating into further pure streams. And so that's where we come into play. So we install our cameras in these facilities across their whole lines. And what we're able to help them do is see how they're performing today, and then also improve their current performance. So for example, for certain materials, so if you're separating your waste and it goes to a sorting plant, they're only able to really achieve a purity rate of 60% or 70% for certain material streams. So we want to have them reach higher percentages. And then those output streams are then passed on to the recyclers. So the better and the pure waste streams you're able to pass on to the recyclers, the better the recycling process can be further down the stream.
And does this potentially incur a big capital expenditure cost in terms of if there's a way to improve whatever the current process is? Is that a potential barrier to actually know to implement this, to do this differently? Is that going to actually in itself be a barrier? Is that actually going to be a problem, or are you suggesting a way around that?
Yeah, so we've been very conscious to keep the cost low. So we for our camera system, we use off-the-shelf components, and so our one camera system, it costs around 5,000 euros. And so it's not a big capex for these plants, which are worth around 20 to 40 million euros. And the optimization part is basically us gathering data using our camera systems and then helping them optimize the current machinery which already exists in their plants. And so we're feeding the data back to their plant operators, who are then able to start optimizing the parameters and the machinery that's already existing in their plants. And so one step that we've taken is directly approaching the hardware manufacturers of these plants and trying to then move towards a automated self-optimization of the processes. So instead of our data then being fed to a plant operator and then the operator optimizing the machines, we want the data to be fed directly back to the machines, and the machines can start changing the way they operate.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if James has got any questions, because I think he knows you, perhaps Catherine.
Thanks a lot, Parsha. This solution definitely serves the sustainability goals, so there is a lot of potential for sure. And can you be somewhat more explicit about your pricing model? You mentioned the pricing of a camera, but what is your average revenue per customer typically?
Yeah, so we just turned 1 year old, and in the last 4 months we signed our first customers. And so for one camera, on average, the hardware cost is a one-time cost of around 5,000 or 6,000 euros, and then a yearly license fee of also around 5,000 or 6,000 euros per year per camera. And so, for example, a sorting plant uses between 3 to 15 cameras, and a recycling plant uses between 1 and 10 cameras. So at this stage, because we're early, we have facilities using up to 3 cameras, and it's kind of a phase where they're also trialing and testing our technology. But we see that, on average, we should be reaching a yearly recurring fee of around 40 to 50K per customer.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Was there any more questions, James, at all? I know that you know this company very well.
Yeah, I do. So thanks for the pitch, Parsha. So I'd rather leave the floor if Nigel or Catherine have any follow-up questions.
I'm good with that, thank you. No, well done. Good presentation, and good timing for the presentation too.
Very, very, very nice. Very, very nice indeed. And a very complimentary business that we're actually going to go and see now is one from somebody that I know very well, and I'm glad that I'm not sitting on this as a jury. It's Noman from Brighter Bins. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. Thanks for putting me on the platform. So good morning, everybody. I can start, right?
Absolutely. If you just want to say, take a moment to introduce yourself, and the floor is all yours.
All right. So my name is Noman. I'm the founder of Smart Ends and Brighter Bins. Brighter Bins is the product of Smart Ends. Brighter Bins is a smart waste collection system for cities. What is the problem with waste collection? Waste collection is not optimized. Our cities are dirty because bins are either picked up too early or too late. This is waste of time, resources, and money. And due to unnecessary truck routes, we are emitting too much CO2 emissions. What if these bins could talk and tell the waste collectors when to pick them up? This will save up to 50% costs. There will be reduced CO2 emissions and no trash on the ground. At Brighter Bins, we designed a solution that consists of smart cameras and a routing platform for garbage trucks. Our smart cameras, our smart sensors are rugged and easy to use. They can be mounted on any type of bin. They could measure fill levels, pick up alerts, fire alarms, and location of any kind of bin. Our route optimization software uses machine learning and artificial intelligence based on the predicted fill levels in order to find out the optimal route for pickup trucks. We have great traction in the market in UK with our 11,000 sensors that we are going to deploy in the city of Edinburgh. This is a recent win end of last year. We have 2,000 BrighterBins sensors in the city of Sheffield from 2019. We are also having an installation of 500 sensors in Yorkshire. In addition to these deployments, we have several pilot projects in other city councils in UK. And we are working with local partners. For example, CGI is working closely with us. Connection from Hull, they are working closely with our teams. All IoT and also Egbert Tyler, which is a bin manufacturer from UK, they are also working with us. Not only in UK, but we have great traction elsewhere. We are having at this moment 10,000 sensors in 15 different countries. We are in other markets, for example, Delft, Hasselt, Luxembourg, Oslo, Paris, Tours, Kiev, and Memphis. As we speak, we are producing 19,000 sensors. We will deploy 19,000 sensors in 2022. 11,000 of these sensors will go to Edinburgh. We are working with, in addition to city councils, we are working with several commercial and private companies as well. This is a very interesting market of $25 billion in next 5 years. The market is segmented into public sector, which is 30% of the market, although the market is driven by the public sector, but commercial sector is much bigger market. This is the waste in other segments which do not fall into public domain. And our main focus going forward will be big deployments in commercial sector. We are selling hardware as a service and software as a service. Until now, we have been selling hardware at a fixed price, but going forward, we are going to change our business model. So hardware as a service and software as a service will be our business model going forward. BrighterBins is better than the competition in design, sensing technology, transmission technology, price, and flexibility. BrighterBins was founded by experienced team of founders. Together with me and Imdad, we bring 45 years of industry experience to this company. We are supported by 20 people in our team. We have headquarters in Belgium. We have a sales office in Oslo. We have sales agents in Germany and Netherlands, and we have an R&D center in Pakistan. We are already cash positive. In 2021, we have done around €1 million in revenue, and business can run as usual because we are already making profits. But we want to increase our sales and marketing strategy and grow worldwide. That is why we are raising €3 million in our Series A round. With this money injection, there will be 19 million ARR by 2025. Our plan for next 4 years will be to increase our sales and marketing organization. And also we would like to hire more FTEs, R&D resources in Belgium. We will put more emphasis in coming years to improve our AI and machine learning algorithm. Thanks a lot. I am here if you have any questions.
I promised everyone I wouldn't say it, so I'm not going to. There's our 3 judges. Then I'll just remove your slides. Brilliant. So really, really great, really interesting. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. So I'll pass over to the mic. I know that you know these quite well, James. So I'll pass over the mic, perhaps then to Nigel to kick things off.
Thank you. We know what you weren't going to say, Elias, so it's as good as saying it. So well done. In terms of, I guess this, you can say a natural partnership, the one they've gone before as well. Maybe that's the case. Two things that immediately sort of sprung to mind for me. Firstly, in terms of the R&D, you mentioned there's a team in Pakistan and you're keen to do more in Belgium there. I'd be just interested to see what that R&D activity is and looks like and what the plans are for the business in that space going further forward. And then secondly, if I can ask the same question, another question at the same time, is you already seem to have some good traction there in the UK. You referenced the likes of Edinburgh and Sheffield, for example. So I just wondered, I've asked this a few times now, what help and support and guidance will you need in terms of that UK journey? Because it sounds like you're already well on that journey. So the R&D and the UK.
All right. So on the R&D domain, we are introducing a new product line by the end of this year. We will introduce a smart camera technology in the market, because by talking to a lot of garbage collection companies, until now, our sensors are measuring the fill level of bins. But a lot of garbage collection companies, they also want to see what is inside the bins. So we are developing a camera technology that will also provide images from waste dumpsters. In order to realize this technology, we will need to add our R&D resources in Belgium, especially in machine learning, computer vision, artificial intelligence domain. So we are looking to hire a CTO with image processing background to develop the AI part and the computer vision part of that product. In addition to that, our route optimization software also works on prediction, and we are getting a lot more data from the field as we grow, and we need to improve our routing algorithms to correct and improve the routing going forward. So main focus going forward on the R&D side will be AI, machine learning, image processing. Regarding the second part of your question, we are doing fundraising, so we are very interested to talk to VCs from the UK. This will be an interesting help if somebody could do some introductions. In addition to that, we are already talking to several city councils, and we have good presence, together with distributors in the UK. But more introductions, for example, we are not in Northern Ireland at this moment. We are mostly in the north and also in the middle. So we are also looking for partnership in London, because London is a very interesting market for us. If we could find some local partners in London, that will be very interesting.
Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Norman. As you said, the biggest market potential lies in the private sector. But if I understood it well, now you're mainly reliant on public sector customers, like city councils. So they are obviously subject to public procurement, so which makes the sales cycle quite complex, I imagine. So I was wondering how your experience is as a startup to work with public authorities and to participate in those complex processes.
It's a very interesting question. The public sector is the driving force behind smart waste movement, because all the new tenders are coming with the essential requirement that you have to put sensors and the routing software. On the other side, for a startup company, it's very difficult to really convince a big city council to work with them. So in our case, what we did, we partnered with the distributors or partners who already have some business going on with the city council. For example, the Sheffield project was done together with Connection, and Edinburgh project is done together with CGI. So this approach has helped us very well to partner with some well-known organization as a partner who already have their feet in the city council. On the other side, commercial sector is more interesting. Commercial sector is very big. Sales cycles are very different. We have very interesting traction in commercial sector as well. For example, there is a company from Belgium that collects waste oil from restaurants like KFC, Burger King, McDonald's. They have 75,000 collection points, and they are using at this moment 2,000 Brighter Bin sensors. So this is one part of commercial market, but there are several others. We are doing one installation in Paris in real estate buildings. This is also a commercial sector. Also talking to few airports. So we think that commercial sector will be more interesting, and there will be bigger installations in commercial sector in coming years.
Yeah, customer acquisition costs might be lower.
Yeah, indeed.
Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. So many different companies, so many different sectors. And again, another fantastic one there. Just a quick reminder to everyone that this afternoon, there is an open networking session going on. We have got representatives from Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, the Midlands, the North, and of course, London. So please do check out the networking platform, because I think there might be one or two interesting ones, specifically in your case, Noman, just because you're top of mind, that might want to reach out. So with that then, I'm delighted to bring on the final company of the day, none other than Epihunter and Tim. Good morning, Tim.
Hello, good morning. I'm very happy to keep everybody from lunch and deliberation. So I'm going to try to not make it too long. And it is actually on March 15, 2015, was the day that my son said, "Papa, you work in digital. Can't you create a light that turns on when my brain switches off?" At 10 years old, he was simply fed up with the daily life impact of his refractory epilepsy. And it is actually that pain that became a vision, and that vision became the pioneering digital therapeutics company, Epihunter. And we operate at the cross-section of 4 major global trends. First trend is brain disorders. 1 in 6 people suffer from such a disorder, will only increase to 1 in 3 due to aging. Clinical decision-making will be #1 application of AI in clinical care. Digital therapeutics hold a threefold promise of better access to better quality care at a lower cost. And finally, EEG wearables. They are very fast becoming smaller, more fashionable, and ubiquitous. And that is actually very, very interesting for people with a brain disorder. We are a unique DTX company, and we are focused on externalizing changes of brain state for people with a brain disorder. So we make visible what happens underneath the skull. We signal, make countable, we provide insights, but even more importantly, we provide real-time digital interventions. Our mission is to enable people with a brain disorder to participate more fully in society. And we do not seek to cure, but to take away the impact of the condition. And let's compare it to my glasses. They have never cured anyone's eyes, but they do take away the impact of my bad eyesight to allow me to participate fully in society. What if digital technologies can do the same thing for people with a brain disorder? And for this, we created a digital platform that applies real-time AI to wearable EEG to reduce the daily life impact, but also to generate real-world data for better treatments today and in the future. Our beachhead is absence epilepsy. It's the most common pediatric epilepsy syndrome. It causes absence seizures, and those mostly look like daydreaming. But for the person themselves, it's like a full blackout. They have no recollection of what happened. And people with this type of epilepsy can suffer up to 200 seizures per day and an average diagnosis time of 1.5 years. Both causes tremendous impact on daily life, unnecessary impact. So our beachhead product then for this population is available today already in Europe, UK, Australia, New Zealand, has been used by more than 400 users. And in the classroom, as an example, it makes a teacher aware of such seizures happening in real time by turning on the smartphone light, right at the moment when a seizure occurs. And therefore the teacher can give content or instructions later again, repeat it later, but also can give more time for a test. And this way, we take away the impact of those seizures from the classroom. And at home, the smartphone can be activated to automatically video record seizures. And that platform, the C Class 1 platform that we have, also in that case, then alleviates reporting pressure from parents. And it provides the neurologist with a new tool set for faster diagnosis, optimized treatment. And the unique thing is, this all happens without interrupting the daily routines of the person with the condition or the parents. And that's really unique. So we work with health. Clinical accuracy is of utmost importance, and therefore we conducted a prospective study in Boston Children's Hospital and 3 European reference centers with fantastic results. And those were published in Epilepsia only a few weeks ago. And now we will bring this beachhead product into the hands of many epileptologists and families with absence seizures. But we felt there was more. We conducted conversations with pharma, medtech, patient organizations, key opinion leaders, and we asked them all the same question. What brain disorder do you work on that has a sudden change of brain state, which has an EEG biomarker so we can measure, detect it, and where this brain state change has a huge impact on daily life? And the outcome of these conversations became the basis of a product pipeline for 12 use cases in 5 different brain disorders. The team itself is very strong, experienced. I have a background in leading digital teams, but as a father, obviously, I'm confronted with the pains of a brain disorder every day. Dirk Lux takes care of Appian Science. Previously, he founded and led the fantastic scale-up Icometrics. And Nikki is our CTO, and he makes sure that I can sleep at night. We have also a world-class international advisory board, recently joined by Professor Dr. Jacqueline French, Chief Scientific Officer of Epilepsy Foundation. And Appian is also a multi-award-winning company, very proud to be recently selected for the EIC Accelerators Fast Track Scheme. So we are unique, a DTX company, focused on brain disorders, and I would welcome everybody to join us to externalize brain state. And we are more specifically looking for strategic partnerships to get our products in as many hands as possible, and also investors with a particular interest in brain health. Thank you.
Wow. Again, honestly, I haven't made it easy for you at all for any of the judges. This is another cracker of a company. With that, again, a very different sector. We've seen a little bit of everything today, but I think we'll open up the floor for some questions. Who'd like to kick us off? I'll say James, as you might have sat the last 2 out.
Yeah, it's about time I get a bit activated, eh? I saw on one of your slides as well that you included a quote from a mother in the UK, if I'm not mistaken. So it seems that you already have some presence on the market there. So can you tell us a bit more about what have been the signals that have sort of led you to decide on the UK as a key market to really expand into?
Yes, so definitely. First, so we have 2 audiences. The first audience is families struggling with the daily impact of a brain disorder, and the other audience is the more scientific research, clinical care audience. And we started, and in the UK, one out of 3 of our current users is from the UK. So that's a very clear one. They are paying today out of pocket, 39 euros per month. And there's a clear need now with our validation study and the evidence that we've collected there to go into the clinical care pathway in the UK. On the other side, what we also see is from a scientific perspective and from a clinical care perspective, many hospitals have shown interest. And we just need to find how to be able to answer that interest or to work with them. And next to that, there are also quite some research initiatives we are speaking with now with a very clear interest from the UK to do more research with the use of Appian. So actually, 3.
And maybe just as a follow-up on that, and very impressive pitch and answers that you're giving here. First of all, you mentioned that you were looking for these kind of strategic partnerships. Do you already have some sort of more detailed approach in mind? Could you share a bit more about what specifically you would be looking for in terms of support for starting these conversations?
Yes. I believe that today in digital health, no startup or scale-up company has a single business model. We need to combine multiple business models to, first of all, generate revenue, prove that you can generate revenue, but also grow. So our ultimate business, one of the ultimate business models we're looking at is prescribed reimbursement. For this, we need to get a good grip on the clinical care pathway, work with hospitals in pilots to make sure there's a very smooth process. It can be used every day, etc. So that's one of the things we're looking at. Secondly, we are also looking at pharma companies, medtech companies, and research centers, academic research centers to do collaborations on research, on next products, and also as add-ons to their products and research. And then, navigating the whole ecosystem. UK is a bit different, again, than other countries. So we could definitely, we need some help with guiding it and with guidance.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Very impactful solution, especially when you start from a personal experience. It's always a very strong story. Well, you're evolving in a very complex environment with the landscape being very different from one country to another, with a lot of stakeholders, with the end user not being the one who pays, etc. So it will require lots of work. So from what I understood, your current team is quite limited. So how do you see yourself evolving in the next coming years in terms of team?
Yeah, very good question. Yes. So the co-founders are all 40 plus, meaning professionals. So it means that we have large networks. So we built the first phase of the company with experienced freelancers as well. Now, what we are noticing is that investors don't like that much. They want to see employees in a company, and I understand that. So what we are now looking at is hiring an internal team to continue further and growing the body of the company as well. And that's why we're looking at a funding round as well, to build that team, also regulatory pathways and further clinical studies, and then also capturing that market, obviously.
I'm a little conscious of time on this now as well, and I think the others have answered the same sort of questions I would have asked as well. So don't read that into I didn't have questions. I think others sort of covered them very well there. So thank you, and a good presentation, Tim.
Thank you, Nigel.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for everything this morning. Again, an absolute brilliant company, and I really do not envy any of the judges who have this deliberation that's going on just now. So what I'll do is just wrap things up as a quick summary of everything that we've seen here today. This morning, it does seem like a long time ago that we kicked things off, but we've seen 10 fantastic companies. We've gone everywhere from looking at CRM companies or next generation CRM companies to video support companies, AI, smart cities, health tech, and everything in between. It's been an absolute delight in terms of the quality actually on show. And it's a great testament to the actual strength of the Belgian market. I think what's going to actually happen now is we have a wonderful group. I think if they're online, just checking back ends. We're delighted to be able to welcome in a group of female entrepreneurs from the UK to have a bit of a talk about entrepreneurship and how the further mechanisms can actually go on to support this as well. And so while I jump off and get into the deliberation call, I'll leave you with that. But for now, thank you very much for everything, and we'll resume in about 55 minutes at 1 o'clock for the deliberation. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to everybody. Thank you so much for being here today at our roundtable. This is International Women's Day, and we're really excited to come together to discuss some of the opportunities and challenges and advice for female founders today. So today also we announced the launch of a Female Founders Global Competition, where we'll be working with a number of markets around the world to do market pitches. So we get female founders pitching to investors and leading up to doing a global pitch competition towards the end of the year. So we're really, really excited, and this roundtable is to help those female founders and those involved in the competition along the way to kind of better understand what can be done to unlock the potential for female founders to give more exposure, more capital, and to help grow businesses globally. So thank you so much for being here today. So I want to do a quick round of introductions before we get into the questions. So my name's Jude. I'm the founder and CEO of a gaming for good platform called Playmob, and I'm also a deal maker for the Global Entrepreneur Program. Selma, if I can hand over to you.
Thank you, Jude. Hello to everybody. Great to be here with you today. My name is Selma Prodanovic, and I'm the founder of 1 Million Startups. We are the organizers of the competition, or the global call for female founders, under the name United, Impactful and Strong. And it's a great pleasure and honor to be working with Jude and the whole team behind it to really have different countries and different markets and continents working together, competing together, and having the finals by the end of this year. Among others, I'm also the Vice President of the European Business Angel Network, and with that, one of the most influential women in the early stage investing space in Europe. Handing over back to you, Jude.
Thank you, Selma, and thank you for being here today. Yeah, if I could pass over to Julie now to do an introduction.
Yes, my name is Julie King. I am CEO of Waterhound Futures Limited. It's our international company in the UK. And Waterhound is developing a predictive simulation modeling software to help manage water quality risk. So we actually look at the environmental and operational and costing data from water and wastewater treatment systems. And we're just getting started in the UK, so it's great.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Julie. Kavita, if I could ask you to introduce yourself.
Thanks. I'm Kavita Reddy, and I run Voxter. Voxter is a custom voice bot platform. So we digitize interactions for companies with their customers using voice bots or chatbots. But the difference with us is we don't use Google or Alexa. We have our own speech recognition. And we've got this platform in 9 languages. And we've moved to the UK about a year ago, just at the start of the pandemic, and hoping to roll out in different European languages as well from here.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Kavita. Sheena, if I can pass to you next, please.
Hi, I'm Sheena. I'm the founder and CEO of Ergo, and we make seating system for young wheelchair users born with neuromuscular conditions. And how we do it differently is our seating system uses pressure-sensitive air cells to correct their posture in real time. So acting like they're independent physiotherapy to keep them in a comfortable but healthy position, so they're prevented from further spinal deformities, having to go in surgery early, and other complexities as they grow older. And so we're at the stage of going into production. We're launching this year and beginning to start selling in the UK and expand into the EU.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Sheena. And Faith, if I can then hand to you. Oh, you're on mute.
Hi, it's amazing to be here. So amazing to be part of you wonderful ladies. My name is Faith Adeshamawa, and I'm the CEO of Social Lender. What we've done at Social Lender is technically build a bridge to connect people who don't have access or have limited access to formal financial services, so the formal financial service institutions. We built an alternative credit scoring model and an end-to-end service model that is catering to people who are underserved, unbanked, and people in demographies such as for farmers and for people like that. We recently moved to the UK, and we're very excited about it. And one of the things we're looking to solve here in the UK, as well as what we've tried to do in Africa, is also to help people who are new migrants or new students have access to formal financial services quicker, faster, and a lot easier. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faith. And were you a part of our impact competition last year? Did you pitch?
I'm not so sure about that. I know I was part of the Go Global, but I don't. Oh yes,
Go Global.
It was a Go. I'm not sure about that one. Yes, I think I have. I think so.
Yeah, I think you
I think so.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
just built. We just built the framework, or I think that was first launched. It was. I can't remember the name now, but I think Steve was part of it.
Yeah, exactly. So Global Impact Shapers was the name.
Yes.
Yeah, you were part of it. Yeah, I
Yes.
thought so. Brilliant.
Thank you.
So you'll be able to give some great advice then to female founders who are looking to take part in the competition that we're
I
doing this
can't
year.
wait. I can't wait.
So thank you so much, everyone. It's incredible to have you here. I mean, just you're doing all amazing things, and it's great to see kind of like such different companies as well, and problems that you're solving. So just to get started, I mean, we want to keep this really open and fluid and informal. So we'll just ask you some questions and see where that takes us. But if I could just ask the first question about challenges and some of the challenges that you've faced as female founders. And the floor is open to anybody who would like to answer first.
Okay, I'm going to jump right in.
Go for it.
So for me, it's slightly different. I'm a woman of color. I think the barriers might be slightly different from everyone else here on this call. And it's largely circling back to the fact that people from Africa, or female founders from Africa, are not as many as they used to be. When we first started out, I was seeing, sometimes I would want to take meetings and I would have to bring a man along because it was absolutely necessary to be able to open certain doors. So being a Black female founder has its own challenges in the doors that, you know, would typically be open to you. But I want to believe that things are a lot better now, and things will definitely get better. Also, bringing the company here to the UK, it was really a steep learning curve. And I must say that I don't think I'm out of the woods yet. There's still so much to be done and so much I have to learn. However, being a part of the GEP is probably one of the best things that's happened to us. And so that curve, you know, just taking all those turns has been a lot easier with the support from the GEP, for instance, and quite some, I mean, a number of mentors who have participated very strongly in my life. So I think two things will be the steep learning curve, bringing the company here, and being a Black female founder by itself.
I think for us, it's been a really useful thing to be here because we're targeting financial services primarily, and you know, banking and insurance, and to some degree health, following on from COVID. And the UK is great for financial services, and a very transparent and open culture. So not only were we able to relocate from India and do the setting up of the company really easily, but it does open doors, and it opens doors into Europe, because Britain is really the center of financial services. It is, however, on, you know, there are always challenges being a woman in an AI, banking and financial services environment. But I think that is changing, and it's, you know, this is, the UK is a great launch pad to do it from, and with the backing of the GEP and the DIT, it gives you much more of a kind of kosher approach, if you see what I mean.
For us, I would say the biggest challenge really has been, our focus has been on engineering, and that is still a very male-dominated industry. And so there's been both a learning curve and resistance at a certain level of digital tools per se. So that doesn't really have anything to do with being a female founder, but I would say that it is predominantly male, and so that has its challenges. Without question, the Global Entrepreneur Program and the people within the DIT network have been superb. And I would say, as a female founder, I have a very good team, so I'm very thankful for that. But without question, the support network and the willingness to jump in there and literally have the attitude of, let me have to think about that and see what I can do to help. I mean, that brings an entire, it just brings an outstanding resource and support network automatically. Even if at the beginning it's only an emotional thing, it just feels different to have that support network. And then you see it rolling out over time with very tangible things. And for me, I have found that support itself incredibly helpful. Being around female or male, it's a lonely slog in many ways. It's very difficult. It's a steep curve, like you said. So I think that support for G smooth out a lot of those challenges.
Thanks, Judy. Sheena, what about yourself? Have you got any challenges that you'd like to bring up and talk about?
I think besides I'm not in the UK, and I guess level like woman of color as well, and then like also Asians tend to be perceived as extremely young, and so it's I think I faced sexism and ageism as I was growing my business, which was very difficult. So I have to always bring also an older man in the room to support, but also to make sure I still am the founder and CEO and the face of my company, and that, you know what, he's there as a figure, but at the end of the day, I walk out the room like a boss. It's very important. But I think, you know, at least in the UK, in London especially, There's so many great networks, such as the GEP, that advocates for women and really understand diversity, being such a great representative of an international community of founders, that having that nurture and support network really helps us to build a confidence to get out there and build our business. And I think one of the things about health tech is that majority of health tech decisions are made by women, but only 4% of the investment goes into founders, female founders. And I can see that's changing, which is great. And having the deal makers like helping us to introduce the right people that really understand female-run businesses and the healthcare industry. Because one of the gaps that I had was not being a British born person. I wasn't very clear about the healthcare system in the UK, which is very NHS dominated. So having someone who's an expert help you navigate through that journey has been really, really helpful.
Awesome comments. I would like to, Jude, if that's okay with you, I would like to hear more about where did you have an advantage for being a female founder? We know that in many cases now, it's even in terms of funding or pitching or meetings, or where were you able to use the fact that you're a female founder to your advantage?
I think we've certainly had an advantage here in the sense that there are, in addition to a platform like the GEP promoting female founders, I've been, and Voxter, we've been picked up by things like Playfair Capital Female Founders for, introductions with VCs. And several of the, I met a lot of initial contacts in banking and finance through Women in FinTech networks. And that is actually, there are many well-embedded networks, and they are, there's nothing like other women supporting you. And I found that to be a real eye-opener because, I've spent a while building the tech out of India, which is very male dominated, and having the resources and the network and people ready and willing to support and encourage and introduce you. I think that has been incredibly useful here, the networks.
I would agree with that. I think that there's definitely been an increased awareness of female founders and issues that we do face, particularly with a very small amount of capital going to female founders. That awareness and the interest in that changing has also opened up a lot of doors, I'd say, even in the last year. And COVID, I think, has maybe given people pause to think about different things or think about things differently. And I think that has opened up more doors than I saw in the beginning when we started, even, the 12 to 15 months before that. So I think it's a growing awareness in the female founder world and the special needs that we have. So that's been excellent.
Yeah, so I think I'll jump on this train of thought. It's exactly, you literally said everything I wanted to say, and which is the fact that I did say sometime early last year that this is actually the best time to be a woman. Maybe 7 years ago, no, but right now I'm actually super happy that I'm a woman. So to answer your question, just the very fact that I'm a woman, not just the fact that I'm a female founder, but the fact that I'm female, it's literally the best time now because there's a growing awareness, and that growing awareness is really helping all the younger people who will be coming behind us and all the people who have gone ahead of us to make sure that their legacies would last a lot longer and will be recognized. So, well, truth is, this is the best time to be a woman.
I actually only have one very last thing. I think you've all said everything I feel, and it's so great to hear it as shared across the entire panel. One of the things I feel that female founders are strong with is team building, I'd say, at least from my experience. And Julie, you kind of mentioned you have a great team, and I trust you on that. I think one of the strong characteristic I think females are great at is empathy. And then I think because we need that in our entire life, and I think we're pretty good at it. And in terms of having that team dynamics and the staff retention, I find that actually being really great to be a woman who's able to like really listen and understand your team's needs, and help them like achieve their personal growth.
Sheena, would you say that it's a new wave of leadership? The way we go towards the future is with more empathy and cooperation and a different kind of leadership that is needed, and that is something that is more feminine, so to say, or more something that we carry with us without effort, so to say. Where do you see the leadership going in the future?
I'd say so. I think that I totally agree with what you just said. Is one of the empathy aspect of like being able to be more caring and human focused on the central needs of what every person, either staff or customers or even investors, that they're essentially part of your team growing the business with you. And that's often overlooked in the past, that investors are different species, but actually they're very ingrained in how your startup grows as well. And everyone keeps saying it's a marriage, and you gotta be really smart about picking the right investor for your journey and do not take money for the sake of it. And I think women does, take a step back and look at this situation. I think being risk averse is not a bad thing. It's not about adverse to risk. It's more about having a great assessment evaluation of the challenges ahead and make an informed decision going forward. And that's part of what leadership is about. And then that requires a high level of sensitivity beyond empathy as well, which I think, sorry, I'm like kind of going off, but just touching on what you just said, that is what the future leadership requires, especially navigating through the current landscape that has so much uncertainty and so much change coming at our faces. So definitely, I think we have something that special characteristic that everyone probably going to be inspired by. So we should be proud of that.
Absolutely, it's using that power. And I like to say, you were mentioning risk averse. I like to think about risk aware as a different way of looking at it. So it's not about being risk averse, but it's simply risk aware. Any other comments on the future of leadership and how we or you as female founders are leading the way?
So one of the things that we've done on my team is early on as a female founder, I wanted to make sure that the workplace was conducive for everyone. It's important that we're more aware about women. However, we also should be aware about the men. Sometimes you do know that men will typically strip their feelings, under the carpet and just put a strong face. It's just be aware that all humans, not necessarily the fact that we're different, but we all have emotions that shouldn't be toyed with, is something that I think a lot of female founders should keep in mind, and making that work environment a conducive one for all people is very paramount. It's something I have tried to deliver on my team on a team level, where if you're a woman and you could work from home. So we employed all of this way before the pandemic started, where people could work from home remotely. If you're on maternity leave, it could be longer, as long as you're able to deliver, making the work environment conducive for you to bring your children into the work. So that it becomes normal. It becomes, just like a normal thing to happen, that your kids could come to work with you, and then the world begins to see it as something that's just normal. So it's a new normal now with the pandemic, but I think we can take it a step further, to put some of these things in place so that people begin to see it as the usual practice, from now on.
I think COVID has been a huge opportunity in that. I mean, not just in terms of digitization, but earlier when women tried to work a day from home or whatever, I mean, I certainly did at the BBC, it was always difficult to try and secure a way of working that was more flexible. And the one thing that the last year has shown is that productivity is by no means limited by virtue of having people work from home. And I think be it in the city or be it in, you know, engineering, AI, whatever, I don't think anyone is going to doubt that you know, women choosing to work at home is going to dampen productivity. And I think moving forward, that sort of approach will only enhance and deliver not just flexibility, but a much happier workforce if you've got a balance and you're able to juggle both working and you know, a family life. And I think that's been a really strong message from last year, very much a female message.
I think for me, another thing that not only COVID, but the growing awareness that we talked about a few minutes ago of female founders, it's also starting to create a more equity within the male-female relationships within the company itself. I mean, I'm very fortunate. I worked with my two co-founders before we started this, so we had that dynamic, but there's also, it comes in everywhere. And I would say in meetings, if I have, you know, a male co-founder or another guy on my team that's on the same meeting, we can reinforce each other and also share those perspectives that can be very different, but very complementary at the same time. And I would say that that's incredibly helpful in negotiations, in perception of things, and just how you mold the future of your company and the relationships inside of that. And we've made a lot of effort to try to have at least one, if not two, all hands meetings throughout the entire COVID scenario, and take the time to listen to what everyone is saying too. But I feel like it's really helped create an equity within the company itself. Maybe not on purpose, we didn't set out to do that, but in some ways it's created a better balance.
We definitely know that diversity is directly positively related to the better functioning of a company, the results of the company, but also in terms of the investor. Just one last question before I go back to Jude and let you. I would like just to know, in terms of, you were seeking investments, or you already have investments, all four of you. Was it important, or have you sought female investors? Was it something you encountered, or so I know that you've been looking at also, there are funds that are seeking female founders, but have you been in touch or in contact, or was it in any way important to you to be talking to female investors?
We've only just started a fundraise. I wanted it that way because we wanted to be able to show a lot of value first before we go into our pre-seed. And there's so many reasons to that. To be honest, I know that there's a growing awareness for women and all that, but I've been literally shy about women because I've had some very poor experiences where women don't support women. And so I wasn't very keen on a women-led investment, or seeking women-led investments. But my experiences in the past, just say 2 months, where I've met some really great women, and I've been told that there's so many more of them out there, has sort of kept me in a better position to want to seek female led investment. So now I'm very open to it. 2 months ago, no, I wouldn't touch it with a pole. But yeah, I'm now more open to it, and we're currently doing a 1 million fundraise right now, a pre-seed, and we're very happy to have good introductions to great women out there.
I've had very limited. I mean, we've started our fundraise fairly recently, and I've had a couple of discussions with female investors, but I would say what I look for the first in when I'm talking with someone or I'm talking with a firm is how many women do they actually have on their team. Whether it's a female-led investment company isn't as important to me as than to see that they actually have integrated women, not just you know, for the sake of saying so, but they actually have a team of women, or women make up a big part of their team, and they're bringing that perspective into the investment process.
I've certainly participated, as I said, in the sort of, you know, was selected for the Playfair Women Founders, I suppose, VC dating event and stuff. I haven't gone out to look for it, but I've certainly gone out to look for opportunities which focus on female founders, particularly because I think voice is inherently a very female-friendly technology. You know, it's good to talk. And women are better at asking for things. And this is something we had, you know, we noticed in India that the take up amongst women with voice bots was greater. Women are just happier talking than typing. And it is something I'd like to focus on. But I think funding opportunities with women-led teams are still in a minority here.
I think my experience with fundraising, as you know, I'm very lucky. I have a very diverse board, and so it's great that I've actually have a few female investors in who's backed Ergo. And what I like about them is that they're very they act as mentors as well, and great sounding boards. I mean, I also love our male investors, of course. I've never actually had that perception of like, I must find a female, I must find a male. It's very much about what expertise can they bring in to help Ergo to succeed. So I think gender wasn't the focus here, but I was very fortunate to have met amazing female leaders that's back to business. But then on the plus side, the bonus is then if sometimes besides the business strategy perhaps needs some advice, some internal operational advice, I'll go to them and ask, in this situation, when you had a disagreement with one of your executives, what should you do? How would you resolve? And they're very happy to share their experiences because they've built businesses before. They've gone through those hurdles and psychological, you know, challenges that they can advise. And I think that's very valuable.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. And really, really insightful. And I think this whole notion of, you know, just in general, we need more women creating products and services. We need more diversity creating products and services. You know, my own experience is coming from the gaming world, which is very, very male dominated. But now more women play games than men. So we need more women making games for women. So I've got firsthand experience of that one too. But you know, I think your kind of recommendations and advice and insights is really valuable. I think we've got about another 10 minutes left. So I just want to ask about. So last year we did a number of roundtables during the beginning and ongoing pandemic, and we did a roundtable with female founders. And one of the questions that we asked was around. You know, you're all global entrepreneurs. You know, you come from different countries, and so you've got different perspectives and different views on, or different things available from where you've come from. And so one thing we've been looking at, you know, what recommendations can you make to the UK or globally on, you know, how we can unlock the potential for women. And I'll give you an example. So when we did the roundtable last year, we found out that in one of the entrepreneurs markets, they said, you know, the COVID relief packages included grant funding specifically for women, which I thought was brilliant. You know, in the UK, we have had, you know, incredible support and funding for companies and sole traders, and but there was never anything specifically for women. And so I just thought this was really, really fascinating to learn about what other markets were doing. So, you know, is there anything that you can share in terms of recommendations or things that you've seen that you know have been really successful, or things that you think we should be thinking about in the UK or you know, on a global scale, that could unlock more capital to women, more potential for female-founded companies?
I think we moved from Hyderabad in southern India, and one of the things that was quite successful was a partnership between an innovation center at a university at a big technical university, which focused, amongst other things, on women entrepreneurs and women founders with events and funding opportunities. And I think that sort of event, that sort of partnership between an innovation center of excellence and an academic institute was very fruitful, because it also allowed people like us. I mean, I had gone and spoken and sort of done lots of events, but the great thing was you get young students coming up, young female students seeing you, and then it creates a pathway. Plus it's an opportunity to commercialize research, and win-win both ways.
So I think I have a slightly similar experience with that. So coincidentally, we just moved to the UK a few months ago, and about the same time, I was entered for the Royal Academy of Engineering. This program, I was accepted into the program. This program has actually been an eye-opener and sort of helped me navigate some of the rough patches I've had to see, coming into the UK. So having a very strong academic background, like you mentioned, professors who are willing to sit as mentors is really valuable. Also, the fact that I think one more valuable thing from this relationship has also been the media network that has been set up. So there was so much media publications, interviews, just being able to put, these founders in the limelight has been amazing, and it's done a lot of good for me in the past 2 weeks, literally. So that media coverage, the access to really sound mentors, and then also the access to funding that they're trying to put together. So if not necessarily direct access, but just being able to prepare you for funding, has really been very valuable. So I think it's something that should be looked into, as well as, just even direct access to funding, for these businesses. It will go a really long way to getting businesses established here, faster.
I would say, if I could just extend that to corporate, I think if we could translate that same type of thing in the partnership realm with, let's say, women, or the organization of women, maybe within a corporation. I know a lot of companies have that kind of, group of women that are executives, or get together and do different things and have an interest in promoting women. And there is a trend toward innovation and creating innovation competitions, or many different things, similar maybe what you're trying to do here with the female founders. Is there an equivalent or another type of collaborative scenario with women in corporations? Because for all of us, as female founders or otherwise, it's about getting traction in the market. So if we had that kind of direct feedback from women in corporations that would, basically be our target market, then that would be huge in terms of actual on the ground feedback from a potential corporate buyer. And so it would maybe combine the whole idea of corporate venturing and innovation and female founders and all of that into a package that would be hugely helpful. Not academic from the academic side, but maybe even include academic as well, because it's that well-rounded approach to things that we talked about a few minutes ago, of women really being able to bring that sort of multi-dimensional approach to things. And I would think that would be hugely helpful.
I love that, Julie. Because it's, you need to find a champion, don't you? You need to find a champion internally. And if you can find another woman champion, whether it be in academia, in corporate, or even in government, if you're trying to kind of navigate your way through the likes of the NHS, to have, women support women, I think that's a genius idea. I love it.
I have to say, I love that idea, and I just want to mention as well. So this is not more of a suggestion, but for any woman who's feeling the this recording is that the Innovate UK does have a Women Innovation program that also provides a lot of mentoring and connecting to industry, and also some PR. And I recommend any women to apply as well. I was a winner in 2019, and it's really grew a lot because they actually allocate like industry mentor for you to help you understand, like from the industry perspective, what can you do better? What are the criteria to succeed? And they support you along the journey. And also there's funding involved, which is always helpful. So also recommend all the women to apply. Apologies, that just became like a little ad. I'm sorry, but it was
That's
just
brilliant. No, I loved it.
great program.
I didn't want to stop you. Carry on.
It's just such a great program that the government is backing, and I just wish there was more, because every year women compete. Well, there's one particular competition, but actually I feel like every other big corporation should actually open a competition like this, Nurture Women. So maybe extend to any other funding bodies that could like open up programs such as this would be really great.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for that. I think it's great feedback and a great promo. So
if I could add quickly, one of the things that I've also thought about is having the corporate. So a business like mine, for instance, it would be really nice to have some sort of relationship with the banks to be able to say you want to be able to do a pilot. So we want to be able to test a pilot, but doing that would be meaning that I might have to go into an accelerator program or just find some introduction. But if there was some women-led, just like Julie said, if there was some women-led maybe approach from these formal financial institutions, so that when people are coming into the UK, they can easily connect and then just do a small closed pilot, with a lot of ease. It would also really help.
Definitely. No, I think that's a great suggestion as well. So thank you so much. This is really, really valuable, and I think it's been super insightful. We've touched on the challenges, but I think we're looking at the opportunities and the positives and the recommendations as well, because there's so much we can do and there's so much that is happening. So it's great to hear your feedback and opinions on what more we could be doing to unlock the potential of female founders. So we're just about to wrap up, and I just wondered if each of you can give just one piece of advice for female founders who are going to be either entering this competition or from they may not be, but they may just be watching. So what advice would you give them? Faith, if I can start with you.
Okay, so I'll still reiterate some of the things I said earlier. There's no better time to be a woman. It shouldn't be seen as a disadvantage. Instead, it is a big advantage that you're a woman. Some of the complexities that you will see tomorrow or today will help to shape you into a really strong person. So when the challenges come, I would suggest you embrace them really, really strongly, because they just make you into literally a superwoman. So that's your superwoman power there, those challenges and the fact that you're comfortable in the fact that you're a woman.
Love it. Be your superwoman. Kavita, what about yourself? What advice would you give?
I think I'd just say never be afraid to ask, because I've had all sorts of doors opening simply because I've asked, be it, other DIT deal makers, and said, I want to get into the NHS, I want to talk to somebody, or, a bank or whatever. And there are no limits. And people are really, when push comes to shove, if you just ask, people are really helpful. And because there aren't all the pathways there already, imagine and ask, just dare to dream.
I love it. Be your superwoman, dare to dream. And Sheena, what would be your advice?
Oh my God, you just said everything. I mean, not everything, of course, but like really great things. I'd say just own yourself, just own it. I think just enjoy it. Like Faith, you were saying, it's one of the best times to be a woman, and I agree with you on that. We've got so much support. We've got such a great platform to really shine, and I think really take on the opportunity, be confident, and just go with your instinct. If you have something you want to achieve, just go for it. So apply for the competition.
Love it. Own it, be a superwoman, and dare to dream. So I think that sums up this conversation really nicely. Selma, before we end, would you like to say a couple of words to wrap up?
Oh, this is so wonderful. I loved it really, as you said, Jude, going from struggles to advantages and then really creating a new world. And we always talk about how many issues this COVID crisis has created for women. And now we see how many opportunities also there are. And I really like this new confidence that is coming from female founders, and especially, as it has been just said, how much support is there for female founders, which is really minimal compared to what is happening out there, but still seems to be already a lot and make a lot of difference. And I'm really proud and happy we are on this together, and hope to get a lot of fantastic female founders in the call, not pitch and competition, but really a call for female founders to create a better world, to change the world, and to give them the visibility they need. Jude, back to you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Selma. So, yeah, all that's left is to say thank you so much for being here, panelists. Faith, Kavita, Julie, Sheena, thank you so much. This has been hugely inspiring, and I'm sure those watching will learn a lot from it as well. So, and for female founders who are looking into the competition, please, look into it, and or like Selma said, like a call, come and get involved. We'd love to have you on board. So thank you so much, everyone, and yeah, enjoy International Women's Day. Be bold.
We do two things here in the UK. First thing is we run an operation that, if you like, serves UK customers, and that's shopping and entertainment and devices. The second part of it is we actually run a number of global research and development centres based in the UK that effectively serve Amazon businesses all over the world. Based here in London, we've got one in Edinburgh and we've got one in Cambridge, which is our newest location.
We've opened this new development centre. It will be home to over 400 highly specialised, highly skilled employees working as machine learning scientists, knowledge engineers, speech scientists, software engineers, data scientists.
Prime-Air is one innovation that we're excited about. It's a delivery system that will safely get parcels to customers in under 30 minutes or less using drones. The UK government has been very supportive in allowing us the permissions to trial our vehicles. There's a cross-government team supported by the UK Civil Aviation Authority that allows us to test our systems.
One of the areas that we're super excited about and putting a lot of effort into right now is voice recognition technology.
Alexa is a cloud-based voice service. So the idea of Alexa is you can do anything you like using your voice.
And the UK is a truly extraordinary place to find talent, and we love that. That's probably the single most important reason why we're here.
Lots of people really want to come and work and live here in the UK. There's so much going on in the technical sphere, so it's also something of a magnet for some of the brightest and the best folk from around the world.
It's a great place for us to innovate and to think big for our customers and innovate on our customers' behalf.
We've worked closely with the Department of International Trade, who've been incredibly helpful in helping us with that expansion. I think a lot of the work that the government has done to sort of try and say, we want to make Britain the very best place to launch and build a digital business. I think that level of encouragement, that quality, the industrial strategy, the digital strategy, just making Britain a great place to come and invest.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. An absolute testament to how great that as a pitching competition was. We were just having an absolutely, I'm sure one or two of the judges will attest that it was a very, very intense session where we were just trying to really decide who the actual overall winner was. I think one of the key points to actually stress was, while we had 10 companies from across a number of different sectors, they really were fantastic. And I think, please feel free to jump in, either Nigel or Catherine, that all of the companies, as cliche as it is or might sound, were really fantastic, and they really should consider themselves all winners today.
Yeah, I think that's spot on again. And in all seriousness, I think after everybody came on and after everybody finished anything, we were applauded and acknowledged how good they were. That genuinely is the case. It was a difficult decision to come to at the end of the day. I think we had to decide some to go forward with, but genuinely, again, there aren't any losers in this. Yeah, we do want to help you all. There's probably sort of some of us can help you a bit more in other areas than others, which is the nature of the makeup of the people you've got here today. But we do want to help you, and congratulations. I think you all did a wonderful job.
Fantastic. So as there are a couple of winners that we do need to announce, I have great pleasure in bringing back to the stage Her Majesty's Trade Commissioner for Europe, Chris Barton, to announce the first winner. Chris,
Great.
how are you?
Well, thank you very much, Elias, and very good to see everybody. It sounds like it's been a very fantastic event, which is brilliant to hear. Yes, I've also heard, as you've said, that I think this was a difficult decision for the jury. But I'll say that the winner, the jury said they were very impressed with how innovative the tool that the winner had is, and they're very impressed by how much the tool can impact on people's lives. And to give you a bit of a hint, the tool is from a company that developed a wearable tool to monitor epileptic attacks in real time, improving patients' lives. And therefore, I'm really pleased to announce that for the startup of the year, the winner is EpiHunter, and congratulations to Tim Buckings.
Well done, Chris.
Fantastic.
Did you want to say a quick word?
Yes, I feel foremost very honored. I think it is also recognition for, and that honor is definitely also for the many families struggling every day with an invisible condition that not only impacts one lives, but the lives of a full family. And I really believe that digital technology can make a huge change for those people. And I'm happy to see that in this call, everybody uses a tool called glasses that have normalized our lives. I will do the same thing for many other people. Thank you.
Brilliant. Massive congratulations, and very, very well done. And for the second award that we have to hand out today, I'm delighted to invite back to the stage the British Ambassador to Belgium, Mr. Martin Shearman, who will be announcing the Scale Up of the Award, Scale Up of the Year Award. It's been a long day, everyone. So without further ado, Martin.
Great, thanks, Elias. And first of all, congratulations to all of the companies taking part in the Scale Up pitch today. I hear that the standard was really high and that the choice was really difficult. So congratulations to everybody. I'm really pleased also to say that this sort of builds on a really good track record with this award. Previous winners include Deliverect, which was recently valued at 1 billion euro. Silverfin, who recently had a successful big fundraising, 30 million, and also Innovad AD. So the previous winners have gone on to great things, and I'm sure that today's winner will live up to that record as well. So the winner has done something really interesting. They've sort of kind of reimagined one of the building blocks of any well-functioning society. So let me give their name and then just say a little bit about what they've done. So the winner is Smart Ends with Mr. Noman Ahmed. Excellent pitch, a really clear UK strategy as well. So what the company does is it puts connected sensors on bins, on rubbish bins, so that they get emptied when necessary, not overflowing, but also so that there are no unnecessary trips to empty them. So as I say, one of the fundamental things that actually makes societies work. If you don't get your bins emptied, societies fall apart, as any local politician will know from what they're lobbied about by their voters. So lots of environmental benefits, contribution to net zero as well, really good pitch, and a great UK strategy. So many congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you very much, everyone. I don't know if you wanted to say a quick word, Noman, at all.
Yes, indeed. Thanks a lot for this recognition. It really increases our motivation to make the cities around UK more cleaner and penetrate further in the market. And actually, if you think about number of sensors that will be deployed this year with 11,000 sensors in Edinburgh, this will make us the market leader when you talk about number of bin sensors in the market in UK. So we will be market leader in UK. So, and this award will be very delighting for the whole team. And we will be more motivated to work with the local partners and city councils in the UK. Thanks a lot.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much. And just as we start to wrap things up, I'll bring for our wonderful marketing team all of the winners as well as Chris onto the screen, so we can have a nice screen grab. So I'll just pop the judges away. Thank you very much for all of your help, your support in making the competition what it is. Massive congratulations to everything, to everyone here today, and the best of luck. We look forward to continuing to support you in your movement into the UK. And the final thing as we start to wrap up, well, this does mark the end of the actual pitching aspect of the competition. This afternoon is dedicated to networking. I've received many messages for both of you back end with companies partners in the UK who are interested in meeting you already and having that initial conversation. So please do log in onto to the platform later on, and we can continue. But from all of us over at DIT, a massive thank you, massive congratulations, and I wish you a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Many congratulations.